Chair, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty, and my dear fellow cohorts. We'll start with the lighting of the lamp. We would ask our student representatives to be here. From the first year, we have Simran Kaur. From the second year, we have Soumya Anand. Please be good. And also, we have the representatives, Snigdha, our fellow student, our past member actually. We would also like to invite Professor Pandey, Amananda Pandey, for the lighting of the lamp.
Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to the second annual Kautilya Colloquy. As we gather today, let the timeless word of the Tamil poet Kaniyanpu Mandanar resonates within us. Yadum Ure Yavarum Kelir, which translates to every town is my hometown and all people are my kin. This profound verse encapsulates the essence of our colloquies' overarching theme, which is inclusive policies for India. It is a clarion call for unity, recognizing that our strength lies in embracing the rich tapestry of our nation's diversity. Our colloquy this year embarks on an intellectual exploration through 4 key themes, each crucial to shaping its inclusive India. The vision of a united India, where every citizen feels a sense of belonging and has the opportunity to thrive, is at the heart of today's discourse. Inclusive policies are not merely instruments of governance, they are the lifeline connecting the aspirations of our people and the reality of progress. They offer the framework through which we can foster a society where no one is left behind. Amartya Sen's concept of social inclusion reminds us that true development encompasses more than just economic growth. It is about creating a society where everyone has the freedom to lead a fulfilling life, free from discrimination and deprivation. A united India is an equitable India. It is a nation where opportunities are not determined by accidents of birth, but by merit and hard work. Inclusive policies are the tools we will use to dismantle the barriers that stand in the way of this vision. As we engage in thoughtful discussions and exchange ideas throughout today's event, let us remember that inclusivity and equity are not mere buzzwords. They are the guiding principles that will shape the destiny of our nation. In the words of Mahatma Gandhi, the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Let us strive to create an India that lives up to this ideal. Thank you.
So, without the risk of sounding too pedantic, and I'll be not holding you too long for the ceremony, I would just conclude by saying that I would like to introduce a Bengali quote, and from Bengali author Sarachandra Chattopadhyay's novel Pothe Dabi, which says, একটি উন্নত জাতির প্রধান লক্ষণ হলো ন্যায় নীতি, যে নীতির প্রতিফলন ঘটে আইন ও ন্যায় বিচারে. The chief characteristic of a developed nation is its sense of justice, which is reflected in its law and governance. I sincerely hope that this policy conclave provides a platform for discussing these burning issues that Lakshman has already pointed out and creates a deeper understanding on justice, development, and inclusive policy making that helps build a future where no individual is left behind. Thank you.
We're going to be starting off with the paper presentations, which are going to be in the horseshoe and in the step 1 classroom. If you open up your schedules, you know the themes that are going to be covered in each area. The delegates who are present right now, if you collected your IDs and kits, then you're ready to go. You can go in whichever location. And even the audience, we can start dispersing to the 2 different locations. Thank you.
Panel discussion on navigating the future of finance. We are honored to have with us today 4 distinguished experts who will share their insights on the evolving landscape of finance and its implications for our economy and society. So first of all, allow me to introduce Dr. Ratin Rai, a distinguished fellow at KSPP and distinguished professor at GITAM. Dr. Roy's extensive experience as the former director and CEO of National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, coupled with his roles at UNDP and as an advisor to Indian 13th Finance Commission, positions held him as a leading voice in public finance and economic policies. His insights on the interaction of public policy and finance will be crucial to our discussion. Joining them, welcome sir. Joining them, Mr. Kushal Mahan, Senior Vice President of Public Policy at Chase, with over 12 years of experience in government affairs and public policy, campaigns for Fortune 500 companies. Mr. Mahan brings a wealth of knowledge in shaping policy opinions on critical issues such as data protection, e-commerce regulations, and payment systems. His expertise in aligning business priorities with government initiatives will offer a practical perspective on the future of finance in the digital age. Then we have Ms. Sharmila, a government nominee director on the board of director of Indian Infrastructure Finance Company, as a secretary in Department of Economic Affairs, and with her background in Indian Railway Accounting Services. Ms. Sharmila brings a unique governmental and infrastructure finance perspective to our panel. Her experience in dealing with international finance institutions like the ADB will provide valuable insights into the global dimension of finance. And the moderator of today's session is Dr. Amarinder Pandey. He's an associate professor at Kautilya School of Public Policy. Together, these 4 distinguished panelists represent a diverse range of expertise spanning academia, public policy, corporate affairs, and government. Their combined knowledge will guide us through the complex terrain of future finance, touching on aspects of risk management, economic policy, digital transformation, and infrastructure development. So without further ado, let's begin our exploration of the future finance. So, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, and it's my privilege to moderate this session, and thank you for providing me this opportunity. Finance, when given the context of this conference and the panelist, it was upon me to decide that what topic we will take. After going through a lot of reiteration and using lot of the AI tools, I because that has become very important. And by the way, the one time we put our query on the Chat GPT, it cost Chat GPT 36 cents. So that has lot of cost involved in that, and it has also used climate effect. Yeah. So after doing that, when we came across the expertise of everyone, I had to decide on a common topic and common theme. So we took upon a topic which is climate finance. And climate finance has climate finance and mitigation policies that is currently we are experimenting with is a very important area, and it will have lot of repercussions. I come from a classical mainstream economics which believes that state has a capacity and the state should not try to extend that. It should work, there are a lot of goods that we can do in the society, but we should remain within our means and try to solve it through that. And whenever we teach our students, I always tell that when we make the policies, we have to keep in mind that the state has a capacity of 1865 America when the Civil War was going on in America. So our policies should not get too much diverged, otherwise we will become an isomorphic mimicry, elite policies which will affect only the elite and it will not affect the lot of the people in the society. So keeping that broad theme in mind, we have to look at the climate finance also from that perspective. And India has been very good at negotiating at the international fora and always pointing out that our obligations have to be limited by what we can do and how much we have polluted. Uh, and Dr. Roy has worked and written also about it in the open media about how the international organizations try to uh, try to force it upon the developing countries and how the developing countries are trying to push back on that. So we will start with Dr. Roy on the macroeconomic challenges that is being faced about this climate finance, on also the fiscal cost and how much a country can, a lower middle income country like India can be a country of 2200 per capita income. Then Ms. Sharmila Chawli, given her expertise into working into the public-private partnerships and finance instruments, would shed some light on the different kind of instruments and challenges, along with the regulatory challenges that India has. Is our regulatory framework evolved in that sense that it can have different instruments that like RN, IVT and REITs and all which we have recently experimented on? Can we extend that? And then Mr. Kaushal Mahan, given his expertise in public policy, will give us the public policy sense of this climate change and financing, along with whatever the policies. And recently the government has launched its FAME, they don't call it FAME now, they have changed the name, and they have put more emphasis on to the bus and trucks rather than onto the two-wheeler and the four-wheeler. Four-wheeler, I think, I have completely checked out from that. So given that, what kind of policy implications we are taking on that? And then we will take some questions. All the moderators will have 10 minutes of time. Starting with Dr. Roy. Yes. Yes, that will be. Yes, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here on a Saturday morning. It actually is. I don't have much to do normally on a Saturday morning anymore. So I think Amrendra mentioned macroeconomic challenges. Let me put it as simple a way as I can. I know that Indians love saying that we are unique. And actually, we are not really. In most cases. But in the case of climate, I'm afraid that India is a sui generis, unique case, and therefore it follows that the case of climate finance too, we are a generous. Take this objectively, because you'll find lots of work where I've said India is not special. But in this case, India is special. I'll tell you why. One sentence. India is the first country that is expected to complete its development transformation without substantial recourse to fossil fuels. As simple as that. No other country in the world has been asked to do this. Not China, not Taiwan, not South Korea. They use fossil fuels to attain 5-digit levels of per capita income. And then, for better or worse, either they didn't expand or not. But the point is that their development transformation was substantially completed before they had to worry about how the energy of that transformation was being produced with consequent impacts on climate change. So at the macro level, there are diplomats here who are far more qualified than I. But I'll put it crudely, because again, this is another unique case in India. We're very argumentative, we disagree a lot. But on climate, there is a cross-partisan consensus which is quite amazing. I don't think I can think of a single other issue, not even our enmity with Pakistan, on which there is such cross-partisan consensus. And for a long time, before India was able to do much about it, when people enjoined us to do things about climate, our macroeconomic approach was go to hell. In the sense that, said, what's wrong with climate? Suddenly one planet and all that. I said, well, my children in Jharkhand are dying. Maybe it's my fault. Right? They're poor, they're wretched, they're dying. Now yours will die in Norway. So if you want to do something about it, then you have to make sure that whatever we do with climate ensures that, like, your children might die, fewer of my children may die in the future. So for India, there is no ability to distinguish the climate challenge, and this is very relevant to finance as a macro scope, to distinguish the climate challenge from the development challenge. Simply will not happen for the reason I've reduced. We are in the midst of a development transformation, and we are expected to do it without recourse to fossil fuels. Then there are certain preconditions from which flow financial necessity. The first precondition is that it is not going to be acceptable, I think, to India, except for reasons which I'll come to in a minute, that I'm told to do something merely to reduce its carbon density. And the best example of that I'll take is coal. If you tell me that I should reduce my dependence on coal because that's a good thing in and of itself, I would say no, I don't want to do that. So I will choose when and where to use coal in my energy mix. And you have to give me a very good reason other than just the abstract normative reduction in carbon intensity for me to reduce my coal. I can give you then a number of reasons from which finance. How many of you are from Jharkhand, Orissa, or have seen a coal mine in India? Well, really want people to live like that? Drawing coal from their bare hand, those slumdog billionaire, that train going, coal falling. This is not a development transformation. So when you have a development transformation, you want to make sure that this kind of production process does not happen. For an economist, it's even more important because this is a low productivity process. It is highly unproductive to do open cast mining and to run these wretched trains up and down the country, all open, and throwing coal, and then poor kids are stealing that coal. That's disgusting. We need to move away from that. So for that, I'm willing to look at a change in our ecosystem that involves less coal and more something else. But that, and the key word I want to bring to you is productivity. By increasing the productivity, effectiveness, and efficiency of my energy system, I become an advanced country. I'm able to find the energy resources more efficiently and more productively to finance my development transformation, to enable my development transformation. Now, are you going to finance that? To finance that, and now we're coming to very familiar territory. First, let's get one thing clear. You said public and private finance. I'm not Barbados. I remember when the Green Climate Fund was set up, 100 some. I said, I really think that I was in the UN then. I said, I think I would like to go back to my country and persuade my country not to ask for any money from me. Why? Because if India was going to ask for money, we'd take all of it. And that would move my needle a little bit. Again, the biggest country in the world to make a development round. What are you going to do with $80 billion over 10 years? I can do it, but it will make a marginal difference to me. Whereas for Barbados, it will make a big difference and that sort of thing. So the first thing is that public finance is not going to enable me to undertake an effective high productivity energy transition. Forget it. It also therefore follows that grant finance, and this is something the international community now coming to an agreement about, is not going to do the job. There's too little grant money going around. And such grant money that goes around, as a recent plan by my friend from the bank has proposed with the Prime Minister of Barbados, should really go for loss and damage. There are countries like Barbados which are going to get hammered by climate change for no fault of theirs. So let's use the grants for that. So now we come to the main action straight away. The main action, therefore, is going to have to be private finance and is going to have to, therefore, be money that will expect a return on the investments they make. And this is, I think, for India, we are very comfortable with it. We are not asking for anybody to subsidize us. there is the larger principle of common but differentiated responsibility. I would not apply that to finance. That applies to the choices I make regarding net zero. That's a separate sort of environmental conversation. You can have it all you will. In the world of finance, therefore, I want to do a deal with the rest of the world. Now, what is the big finance problem in the world? I'll marry that where the link comes with climate. The big global macro, super macro finance problem with the world is, where do all the rich people in the world live? They live in Europe and the US and Japan. Where do all the old people in the world live? They live in Europe and the US and Japan. Old people don't work, so how are they earning their money? From capital, right? Where do all the poor people in the world live? India, Africa. Where do all the young people in the world live? India, Africa. What do they lack to become rich? Capital. Capital is there. Young people are here. Marry them. There are two ways you can do it. You can let us all go and live in America, which is a great idea. I recommend it to you. And we can service the old people and make some money. But they don't want that, no? Not beyond the point, especially ask the Japanese. They'd like 40% of his country to become Indian. Or they can bring their capital here. Now, the rates of return they would earn on capital coming to a place like India would be infinitely higher, in multiples of the rates of return that they would earn investing capital in Norway or Sweden. So for an economist, the problem is very simple. Take the places where you have lots of capital, bring it to places where it earns money, deploy that in high productivity investments, which would include all of climate finance. Because remember, when you transit to a low carbon economy, you are saving resources because you are saving energy, right? So if you do that, and if you're able to finance it, you get a deal. The finance is not forthcoming at prices, and this is more Shalbina's province than mine. I'll just give you the macroeconomic headline. At prices which make it viable for me to engage in a development transformation that is high productivity and climate friendly at scale. I can do chuttu puttu, but I can't do big. Give you one example. If I get $100 billion from SoftBank, I can give you an at-scale improvement, and I've got it, so I know we can, in my solar generation capacity, which is high productivity, solves by power problems to some extent, hopefully solved by distribution problems by going off-grid. And we are not getting it for a reason that we have known for a long time, but I'll just give you two headline reasons, and a third, 2.5, and then I'll stop. The half reason I'm going to not dwell on, which is internal, is we have a lot of work to do in India to make investments in India more reliable and less risky. I'm sure Sharbila will speak. Right? But there are two other external problems. I don't know if you know this, but let me give you one example. You all know what rating agencies are, right? You know what a sovereign rating is. You know what the largest weight, they will go round and round this. It happened to me all the time when I worked in the FRBM, the World Bank. They will go round and round and round on this. But do you know what the biggest weight, about 37% when I last heard from Moody's, in the sovereign rating of India is? Your per capita income. Your per capita income. Not your third largest second. How do you move that needle in the short term? So unless you're able to come up with a better way to rate a country's what is called sovereign and regulatory risk in ways that make the attractiveness of investments in this country at scale with finance more mutually profitable by reducing administrative barriers, and I'm going to use that word, like ratings based on per capita incomes, climate finance is good, just as development finance was stuck. It's not special. The only problem here is, unlike development finance, nobody cared if we were a poor country. With climate finance, they cared, because if India does not reduce its carbon emissions by 2070, even to the levels we have said, you can forget your 1.5, 2.5. So as Professor James Scott recently said, climate for us is a weapon of the weak. And therefore, the major macroeconomic problem lies in getting private finance into this country at cheaper prices than it is coming now because of institutional barriers. That is reason. Reason two in climate, so I've given you the half reason, which is internal, and we can discuss that. Reason two in climate, and I think this is very important, is that I have to sell climate finance politically. Tell me, what is the biggest climate issue in India that sells? It's not net zero. What is it? Who's from Delhi? Who's from Patna? Pollution. Have you seen a single climate proposal that deals with things like my rivers, my situation in agriculture, with pollution, in footlights promoted by someone who is not from India? I can give you some, but they're very exotic and nice people. I know them. But they're not the Bill Gateses, they're not the big names in climate, right? So we will need climate finance to address our policy problems and through that address net zero. Net zero is not a policy goal, and climate finance cannot be applied in India. Again, you can see the logic if you take my first sentence. In the middle of its development transformation, solely for the purpose of net zero, and its effectiveness cannot be measured, therefore, in terms of what it does to net zero. It has to solve a development problem. There are development/climate problems, and we can also refocus our development strategy to solve those problems, like pollution, like agriculture, like water, like soil. But that would involve a paradigm shift in the way the world looks at climate finance at the macroeconomic level. And this is where, to conclude, India has a complete cross-party consensus. We don't have a consensus on the half, which is what can we do internally to set our house in order. But you can see why we have a consensus. Indisputable. You have an administrative barrier to getting cheap finance at scale in the one country which is both able to absorb it and do something with it to give you global results. And you have an unwillingness to discuss climate in the context of the development problems related to climate and the environment that this country faces, because your discourse is entirely couched in terms of the net zero paradigm. And that is not going to work, either politically or in terms of getting shelf-ready projects and plans that can be used to deploy climate finance, yes, to get net zero as a side effect, but also to solve the problems that emanate in this country from the development transformation causing environmental and other problems. So for me, that is the macroeconomic background in which we have to assess climate finance. The public policy potential in conclusion for doing this, because you have to constantly think differently from the herd in London, the herd in New York, the herd in Tokyo, about your country's climate finance. There's a market for it because you're too big to ignore and too big for the world to face. So take this macroeconomic lens of climate finance and use it to reset the terms of the debate, and then we will save both the earth and develop our country. The two now are not separable. Thank you.
First of all, thank you to Dr. Ratan Roy. He's made it very easy for me to segue from the macroeconomic context into the issues that Amrinder Pandey wanted me to talk about. When Ratan says that India needs to think differently from the white man's herd, which is sitting somewhere else, a Mark Carney or Bill Gates or something, this is something that is already understood in government in India. And if anyone tracks how policy has been molded over the years, just go and see what our stance has been over the years. It's a very, very sage kind of balanced stance. Everyone knows the problem. I think Amrinder Pandey and Ratan Roy have mentioned it. Public finances are stretched. Ideally, we would like to address all these issues through public money. We just don't have enough. Philanthropy, grants, etc. are never going to be adequate. So we need private finance. What is it that government can do? And I'm talking strictly in the government policy backdrop just now, because I think that's what you people will be interested in. What is it that government can do to either use current instruments of investment or come up with some kind of innovative instruments wherein the private finance can come in? And when we talk of private finance, by and large, like Ratan had said, we are talking about the long-term funds that are coming from abroad, the pension funds, the insurance funds, the endowment funds. All these are funds in a West which is rapidly aging, where they do not have enough returns. Again, like he said, and I'll just give you a couple of numbers to put this in context. When anyone examines the possibility of investment in a country like India, it looks very risky when you're from the outside. A lot of the American, Canadian, Australian companies which are already in India, once you come in and you get used to this kind of organized chaos, it's okay. But before you come in, it's very scary. The trustees of these funds who are sitting abroad, whether in Canada, in Europe, or in the US, are very, very right-wing WASP people who are alarmed when they look at countries like India. It's beyond the pale. So, like he said, what you look for, more risk, more return. So you want a return when you come in with your investment, which is not only substantially higher than the return that you're getting in your own country, but it also takes into consideration the exchange risk. When they come in, it is rupees that we are looking at. Annualized over the years, by and large, the exchange risk premium that we have to add in is between good years 3.5 to 4.5. Sometimes it's spiked even higher, but on average, take it at about 4.5%. So any return that you're going to offer them, immediately knock off this 4.5%. Then you look at the real rate of return. How do you do it? If any pension fund is going to come in, the trustees say, okay, we knock off this 4. What is it that we are going to see in India in projects? I always tell people, money is not a problem for projects in India. I come from the infrastructure world. Show me a good project, I'll show you the money. Our problem is in project preparation. Climate finance, which is basically something that is intrinsically opposed to infrastructure development, because anything you do in infrastructure hurts the environment. And you can take, like I always say, I'm like dogmatics in the Asterix comics, even one leaf of a tree, it hurts me when I see that. But in infrastructure, you have to provide infrastructure to see the country develop, like he said, to move up the per capita. What is it that we can do to, in some way, de-risk these kinds of investments? The approach that the government has taken is, one, tell these funds, come in. The first entity to approach me for investing into India, I didn't go to them. It was the Canadian pension funds. The Canadian pension funds are notoriously the most intrusive funds. Once they come into some area, they want to get into the governance, they want to get into the administration. It is a nightmare dealing with them. Why did they approach me and say, we want to come into India for investment? It's because their infrastructure advisors told them, you need to be in emerging markets to get good returns. And the return we could offer them, and we did the calculation, this is about 10 years ago, was about 12 to 13% we could offer on infrastructure investments, knock off the 4.5% or even 5%. So we would give them a return, annualized return of about 8 to 9%, which is substantially higher than the 2 to 3% they were getting in their own countries. It took the Canadians, the US endowments, and the UK insurance funds about 2-3 years. We sat across the table with them and discussed what are the kind of instruments you can come into where you don't need to get your hands dirty. Coming into a project and dealing with a contractor, saying where is this permission, etc., is a nightmare. So come in post that, post-construction. So we came up with something called the Infrastructure Investment Trusts, the INVITs. You can look up that, that's an infrastructure instrument. The reason I'm giving you this example is when you come to climate finance, it's very different. In climate finance, you're looking at 3 things. One is greenfield infrastructure investments where they can come in. The second is we're looking for investment in adaptive and resilience activities. Adaptation and resilience are very difficult to deal with in infrastructure in general, and also in particular in things like manufacturing industries in India. And I'm going to combine infrastructure and manufacturing when I tell you this. Why is it a nightmare? Because even in taxonomies across the world, we have about 35 to 40 taxonomies on climate across the world. There is no agreement between how adaptation activities are defined. What could be considered adaptation in one taxonomy is not considered adaptation in another. So one of the advantages India has, Ratin was pointing out the disadvantage of being at a stage where we are being asked to change without the advantage of having fossil fuels, etc. But one of the things of joining in rather late on the learning curve is we can learn from the mistakes of others. We have been pushing for the last 6-7 years for India to come up with its own taxonomy based on the problems that other taxonomies have given. This year, finally, they announced they were going to do it. I don't know how long it's going to take, but we need to come up with a taxonomy, very clear-headed in our mind on what this taxonomy entails for India. 2, in climate, when you look at the risks, and that is where the investment is going to come in, climate is a very dicey subject to deal with. Climate events are non-linear. They're erratic. And they are famously very geographical, local, event-based. How do you draw trends which you need for risk analysis? And some of you have already taken a couple of risk analysis courses. In risk analysis, you calculate probability. How on earth do you calculate probability in a subject which is so new that you don't know what's happening? You don't have enough data points. So one of the things that we need, and India, we need this as a specialization, is to hone the skills of climate finance trained investment specialists, even those in public policy. These are areas that you need to get in. 2, Dr. Amarendra Pandey had spoken of the use of AI. AI is one of the tools we need for collecting data and then translating it. Collect data points, because everything in AI is based on numbers, it's based on examples, and then you draw trends. There's a very famous example in infrastructure about, I don't know how many of you were old enough to know this, but about 10, 15 years ago, there was a huge, maybe Akbar was posted there that time, there was a huge snowstorm in New York. There was a whiteout, and JFK had to close down, the JFK airport. Unheard of. Like we keep hearing, like there's fog in Delhi, planes are delayed. In New York, it never happened. When the whiteout occurred, there was a lot of criticism on why couldn't JFK cope with this. The reason was very simple. When JFK was being designed, when it was being revamped or whatever, maybe in the 50s, they examined the possibility of the worst snowstorm which would shut down the airport. They examined it, and there was definitely a possibility and the probability. They weighed it against the costs of shutting down the airport. And at that time, a conscious decision was taken that it's better to shut down the airport than to provide for this kind of fitting of the airport, which is going to cost so much. These are decisions we have to take in adaptation and resilience, finance, and climate. The problem with our own private sector over here is, and I'm speaking in behalf of the private sector, which I normally hate to do, is private sector finance is unaware of what the government's policy is, because government doesn't have a policy on this. Government's nightmare is, how do you make a policy on this? So people are very quick to criticize government, when it hasn't done this, it hasn't done that. But think of those poor, Ratin's favorite whipping boys, those poor babus sitting over there, trying to scratch their head and say, whatever we do, we are going to be criticized. So how do we do it? So one of the ways of doing this is use AI to draw upon other countries' experiences, and in India what is happening. And when you make policy, one of the rule of thumbs is the policy you make is not for those sitting in air-conditioned rooms, it is for the poorest people, those ones sitting in Jharkhand, in those burning areas, etc. What is the effect of this going to be? Take something like coal, when we make a policy on coal. The World Bank and the ADB and the other development banks had decided about 15 years ago that they were not going to invest in fossil fuels at all. If we had even one thermal power project, they wouldn't come in. Our argument was the current way of mining is bad for the environment, bad for human development, bad for everything. There are certain ways, best practices that are practiced in Australia and in Canada, where you try as far as possible to green the mining. We developed a very good PPP for this, where we had expert advice from the companies that do this, where the overland area is greened and it will not be touched. The extraction is done from underneath. There are enough technologies available for this, which does minimum damage to the overlying structure. It didn't go through because we had a problem within government of Coal India. I mean, I'm not getting into that, but what happens to the structure, etc. So this takes me to what Amarendra Pandey had asked. Are there any regulatory challenges to how we look at climate finance? Actually, there are none. The regulators in India are very, very open to suggestion. They are also as clueless as the rest of the world is. It doesn't matter whether it's someone sitting in the US or whether no one knows what's going to happen. So what do you do to address this? When you look at something like coal mining, Ratin was talking about these trains going with coal piled on and a lot of it getting lost, etc. Yesterday, one of the brightest pictures you could see on social media was a train crossing the US on the route which used to take coal, carrying wind turbines. This is what the future would be. Indian Railways depends on coal for the bulk of its freight earnings. What is the future going to be for the mass transport? Eco-friendly Indian Railway. These are the policy issues that we have to grapple with. But when you're grappling with this, you also have to look at something that the investors are going to look in, those same pension funds, etc. Right now, when they come in, if they come into an InvIT for infrastructure, they look at a return every year of about 4 or 5% higher than they would get in their country. The problem with climate strategies and climate projects, climate adaptation and resilience projects, is no one knows when the ROI is going to come in. Everyone, and those of you who are in public policy should be available, there's something called the levelized cost, LCOE, that is used for comparing power projects. Please remember, this is a lousy comparator. The reason is, in thermal projects, the investment that is made, which is for capital, etc., before the production starts, is 40 to 50% of the levelized cost, that is over the lifetime. In something like solar, investment is front-ended. 90% of the investment is when the project is set up. After that, operations is hardly anything. For wind, except for offshore, it's about 80%. Recovery of this takes well over about 20 years normally. If it's a very good project, you get it in about 10 years. But that's also, it's patient. You need to be patient. How do you address this? Where public finance, philanthropy can come in, and the grants, etc., that Ratin was talking about, is we need to set up a credit enhancement fund, a guarantee. These are the things that de-risk the investment that outsiders can get in. We had announced this credit fund in 2015, I think, in the budget. Everything is ready. It needs to get off the ground. I'm not sure why it's not getting off the ground. The other things that we need to draw in is the experience. I'm going to tell me if I'm running out of time. Yeah, I'm running out of time. Okay, I'll conclude it. The other thing that we need to draw in is these things cannot be done in silos. No climate project is done in a silo. It has externalities. So when we are talking to the private sector, draw them in discussions. This is increasingly being done across government in India, and I think state governments are also doing it. There are some red flags where we'll come across this in the Q&A. I'm going to make a very abrupt end because I think I've far exceeded the time that was given to me. But if you have any questions on this, we'll take this up later. Because the person that you're going to get next is someone who's coming in from outside the government. And he deals with public policy. He could possibly also tell you the problems he has with dealing with public servants like me when I was in government, in where we can't understand. And you say, do you think they're so thick? Let's see what he says, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think with the context both Ratin sir and you have said, it's, I think 5 minutes is more than enough for me because you guys have touched upon. But today I'll move to a little bit of different structure in way I would like to share my thoughts away is not on the subject, but what public policy can do, and specifically the public policy scholars here there. I started my career as a public policy professional around 14 years before. I don't have a legal degree or a policy degree. So what I have learned of this is learned on the ground working with policy makers, policy influencers, academia, think tanks, consumer groups. So this is an experience that's coming a lot from those. 2 quick points I'll pick up from your points, sir. India is at a unique position. I'll share why India is at a unique position in this case. And second point, ma'am, yes, we don't have a policy, but I'll try to come to an example where India has done it, but not for this sector, but something else, and they have understood that stop being a consumer, start being a producer. That's approach, that Atmanirbharta, what we talk about, make in India, make for the world, is something that we need to move upon over there. So, sorry, I'll also refer to my notes. So I have just 3-4 points which I'll try to say. How is India at a different position? We are looking at a 7 trillion economy by 2030. Viksit Bharat, which is around developing India, becoming a developed country by 2047. The voice of the global south. That's the most important point, that 3 factors comes up out of it. If you look at all the PLI, the production link incentive schemes, except 1 or 2, all are doing perfectly fine because the domestic value addition in any sector is growing up. from electronic manufacturing to auto to every aspects over there. So that brings us at a very unique position. But how do you leverage that unique position to basically become a producer and rather than a consumer? That needs changes from a policy lens, that needs changes from a social lens, that needs technological advancements, that needs maybe also a change in the community, the way we see things from a circular economy or other perspectives. So that, first of all, brings us to a very unique position. To the second point, ma'am, I'll pick up your point in, yes, we don't have a policy, but have we done something similar in other sector? I will give the example of AI. Very early age for us on AI. I know people still have a view that other countries have kind of a little better edge than us. But if you actually look at the way the government has defined the AI mission, which was launched earlier this year, is a perfect combination of picking up each and every pillar. I'll just divide it. It's leave apart the capital outlay, which is around 10,000 crores something. That is required at this moment of time. It has a component of infrastructure, which is the core basic compute infra that is needed for your own core, and you're not dependent on others' compute infra, which is also data sovereignty aspect comes as part of it. The second aspect is the financing part. That is a core component. The third aspect is skilling part. Skilling is not only creating a workforce, but also how to adapt it within the government ecosystem to use AI more effectively. They have a part on startups, specifically focused on how do you leverage the startups coming up over here. So if you look at those factors, all those factors have been identified to kind of create up an entire ecosystem of AI. And that's why if you see either India being the chair of GPI this year and we are leading it next year also, so everywhere, there's a unique proposition that is getting developed. Even in a small location to a bigger metro, AI is the hot topic, not only from a employment perspective and all, but from an application development perspective. We are seeing how government is pushing that AI should be used for social goods. So from a healthcare to a disaster management, all those aspects, there are innovations that are happening. And there's actually government spending money on innovations and R&D on these places, both from a public and private finance perspective as a combination of both. So I think I have a task for the policy professionals here to look at it. If this is the scenario where we don't have a policy on climate finance, but we have a unique position, how can we nurture it? From my experience, at least from the policies perspective, I think firstly, we need to define the goals. Somehow the goals have been defined, net zero, 2070, that's a broader goals. But how do you identify the pillars? These pillars have to be on all aspects, from a social aspect, from a technical aspect, from a legislative aspect, from a technology aspect, everywhere. And then how you integrate all those pillars. Because the integration will bring the FIs together, will bring the government together, will bring the startup ecosystem. If you pick up any of these reports which talk about the private equity or venture capital funding that happens in India, you will see 3% or 4% going in maximum climate finance or anything around SDGs or that. Because again, the rate of return becomes up a risk over there. So how do we create models also where there's some risk is kind of being distributed across different set of stakeholders over there. So that's the third pillar. Review and assessment is the aspect of checking yourself whether you're, after 5 years down the line, where are you? Does it need any moderation in your strategy? And then accordingly change the changes that needs to happen. And then taking the success stories global. When you make it for India, it's successful, take it to the globe. I think DPI is the excellent story which we always talk about, and now it is moving beyond digital payments. It's moving to healthcare, education, social infrastructure, all those aspects. So that is the kind of a 5-step process from a public policy perspective we should look at it. I think I'll just share some quick thoughts from a regulatory intervention perspective which needs to be thought around. We talked about green procurement. Government is the biggest funder of anything in the ecosystem. They are the biggest buyers. If I remember correctly, in 2017, we formed up a committee on sustainable procurement. I don't remember after one meeting what happened around on that. That is something, if you are asking to set up data centers in India, you want to be the data center hub, add that component of a green data center. That incentivizes companies to become much more greener. That is how policy helps in terms of creating the ecosystem. Increase R&D spending. We all talk about it, but it has to go beyond a Department of Science and Technology. It has to also go to the nodal ministries. It can be a Ministry of Food Processing and Industry also, which can also have an R&D component into there. They have funds for that part over there. CSR, while we do it, can we make it, and we recently did a report and we got a very good kind of an acceptance from the Ministry of Finance on this part is, the digital financial inclusion initiative that you're doing, can that be a component of CSR? That becomes an easy carry forward for any financial services company. So how can we incorporate a CSR component over here also? So these are smaller set of rules that can be incorporated. Blended finance, green finance, transition finance are all different models. How to do it is something that needs to be developed, and we need more of a mission mode project. Something like, again, the India AI mission which we talked, which should look at all the stakeholders, what is their requirement, and try to embed a kind of structure over there. And then have somebody who is kind of owning that particular mission. We have a green hydrogen announcement which we saw recently. We need something similar across in different sectors and different domains over there. Because again, climate is not about climate finance. My view is it's about climate transition strategy. Climate finance is a component of it, and we need to have that entire strategy. So maybe as a public policy scholars, this may be a task for you guys to maybe look at something, what if India needs to have a climate transition strategy mission, what should be the key pillars around it, who should be the stakeholders, what should be the integration aspect, can be something that can be explored. Thank you.
So thank you very much for on the diverse thoughts, but one consensus which is emerging is that there is scarcity. And currently India is facing a lot of problems in terms of getting the money from outside. Like ma'am has rightly pointed out, there is money outside, but we do not are able to bring it inside the country. Secondly, we also see that we are talking about net zeros, but also the new thermal power plants are coming up. That's the reality. More and more thermal plants have started coming up. NTPC has started putting more money on that. So that's the growth imperatives that we see. So we will now start the Q&A. We will take 3-4 questions. We will try to cover the different areas. So please raise your hand and we will send the mic there. Yes. So Nisant, to Nisant. Yeah.
So my question is very specific to finance. In the past 1 week, I have heard a lot about savings moving to another, like from bank deposits, it's moving to other areas. They're constantly talking about credit deposit ratio and all these things. So particularly in the case of India, domestically, if you look at it, Ratan sir also talked about it, like a lot of deposits that are there in the country, government deficit financing goes towards the government funding. So how going ahead, we look at climate financing particularly, that it's a need of our end. Banks are not able to live up to that financing requirement.
So whom are you asking this question?
Because it was part of an exercise.
Okay, how banks do it is, they've got something called directed lending. They have this. One of the problems that renewable energy, before it became the flavor of the month, had was banks prefer lending to large projects because in one go, you are clearing out the amount that you have earmarked for this. Renewable energy, when it started, was very tiny projects here and there. So they'd have to incur the same kind of overhead costs in analyzing the project, appraising it, etc., and giving money for it. They would prefer to do that for a large fossil, where everything is sort of already known and you've been doing it for years. The other thing was, when conventional power projects took away the money, there was nothing left for renewables, because there was only one slice of the pie which was meant for electricity. So one of the things that renewables asked was, give us a special carve-out in banks' directed lending. For banks, this is becoming a bit of a nightmare. How much can they keep checking, is this renewable, is this that? So I'm not sure that's the right way to do it. In India, public sector banks are among the largest providers of infrastructure capital, and this will continue, and it's very healthy for India to do it. There are very few other countries which have it. Australia is another country which has public. In countries like the US, it is mostly the private money that is coming in. When we have public sector banks like this, the burden of deciding where the money should go, I think we should leave it to the discretion of the bankers. And the reason I'm saying this is, some of you might have seen a few years ago, a couple of bank heads were taken in by the investigation agencies. Yeah, ED, okay, I'm not saying that. On allegations that they had colluded with some private parties. When I got into infrastructure, the Punjab National Bank, I used to go every month and read its monthly guidance on infrastructure. It was, I can't tell you how good it was. Just reading that 4 or 5 lines on the net would set all my fundamentals right on what's happening on infrastructure funding in financing in India. 10 years later, I think the head of Punjab National Bank was arrested for, again, giving some thing, and now that you can't even go to their guidance, it's not worth anything. What happened was, the public sector banks in India had the best infrastructure analysts and appraisers in the world. SBI Capital was taken by everyone, including in the Middle East, because it had such good people. When infrastructure lending became a big thing, climate projects became a big thing, all our middle and high-level bankers were poached by everyone across the world. They just left en masse. So you were left with very new people, people like you who joined the banks, etc., who have no experience. And these are the people who started coming to government bodies for projects, and they used to try and learn on the job. It was very frustrating for government to deal with them because they weren't the old skilled professionals we had. Banks are now improving the skills. Kaustubh had spoken about skilling, so this is being done. And very soon you'll find that when it becomes a cost for the private investors to invest in something that is not climate friendly, automatically it will gravitate. When it becomes too costly for them, they will gravitate towards these projects. It will happen where the savings go, etc. It will happen, and a lot of the InvITs are now also trying to be climate friendly. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, anyone else outside Kautilya? Somebody who is from yes, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Abhijit and I'm from Tata Institute of Social Science. And my question is to Dr. Roy. You mentioned about private sector participating in climate finance, right? So private sector works on profit, that is their main motive. So do you think it is the biggest challenge for them to finance climate finance because these investments are long term and it takes time to realize that profit, right? And the other question is, do we need a profitable economic model around climate finance?
A big yes to both questions. Absolutely. You do need a profitable economic model around climate finance. And there is one other point I'll make on what you said about the private sector, but that is why I'm involved in climate finance. I'm an economist, but I don't like things that don't make money. Okay? I mean, climate is money, especially in India, because we are going through a development transformation where our biggest problem is what? What is India's biggest problem? Just go to the airport and look at that, what is it called, Digi Yatra. Look at the number of Digi Yatra terminals and look at how many of them are being used. Look at the number of X-ray machines and look at how many of them are being used. Our productivity is very low. We invest in expensive capital and we do not utilize it well. We have a productivity problem. And much of the caricature that you see around India's coal industry reflects that disease of low productivity. I think I agree with Sharmila completely that because we came late into the game, climate gives us a gorgeous chance to improve our productivity. Now, why would you improve productivity unless it makes you money? See, when you have low productivity, you make rents. India is basically a rent-seeking economy. You make profit, dhanda. I'm from Bombay. You do dhanda and make profits when your productivity goes up. So there is productivity. And now there's another issue which has also come up with the banks and others, which is why I focus my climate finance work and my consulting on fixed income. You see, the way in which you're going to be able to mobilize capital for climate finance, given the constraints that Sharmila mentioned, is you need long-term patient capital. The best products for long-term patient capital to invest in, and we lack that in the country for looking at domestic finance, is actually the bond market. Once upon a time, it will surprise you, we used to have a corporate bond market. When I was a very young man, when I was practically a child, practically. I couldn't vote then at 18. And then, for some reasons that I don't quite understand, I'd love to at some stage in my life, the corporate bond market collapsed. But that instrument is wonderful for climate finance because I can buy a bond today on climate and I can cash it tomorrow, right? It's a yield curve problem. And we know it works because, by the way, this is one area in which I'm not critical at all of Government of India policy. I think Government of India has been very sensible in framing its climate finance policy. It has actually been very inclusive. It's the only place where I've seen MOFCC and Ministry of Finance sit and talk to each other with a modicum of civility, which is good. And the policy was tested beautifully by the government, absolutely beautifully. 2 years ago, the government, for its financing of its fiscal deficit, came up with something called a green bond. So they spoke to me and they said, what is a green bond? And exactly as Sharmila said, don't worry about it, man. Nobody knows. I can tell you something. You take the green bond, put it in the railways. I don't care what you're doing in the railways. Nobody will call it red. If you put it in roads, they'll call it red. That is a level of understanding globally of what a green bond is. And then some English has to be written. I'll write it for you. They did it. And by the way, India is very strict. We don't borrow money in dollars sovereign. So fellow has to come, he has to buy that bond in rupees in Gift City where we launched it. And then he has to take the exchange risk. He or she has to take the exchange risk themselves, right? Or the 3%, 4% problem. Oversubscribed 9 times and trading beautifully now. So people started talking about what's the greenium, what's the cost. I mean, that is Babu. Like, 0.5% kam milega. I said, don't worry about all that. It's fresh money. It's money you're getting from people who otherwise wouldn't invest in you. They are told to invest in green, go for it. Indian Railway Finance Corporation, pioneers in this. I saw them in London. I backed them. My God. The kind of money they raised, in fact, they told me later it's an embarrassment. They said, we're getting so much, we don't know where we're going to put it now because we know our productivity is very low. So in the fixed income market, you don't have to worry about making money. Investors have already identified bonds as money-making instruments. How you use those bonds is another matter. How you deploy them for increasing India's productivity and growth is another matter. But if you take the fixed income market and you're able to grow it in the green space, there is plenty of money to be made for the investors, and there's plenty of money coming into India, as long as we're able to deal with some of the things that Sharmila said. And luckily, the taxonomy problem is there, but it's also an advantage. It's good to have 36 taxonomies. Yeah, because then somebody comes and I'll quote the Australian one. So I'm actually not in favor of having an Indian taxonomy. I'm quite like the finance minister's attitude. We are consulting, it's coming. Here's a draft, here's another draft. In the interim, money is coming. So don't worry too much about it.
So, because of the paucity of time, we will not take further questions. There will be high tea outside. If you have queries, you can ask directly to the panelists. They are here. Thank you very much.
So, thank you so much for the panel. Thank you so much for the panel discussion. And I would request Ms. Shivangi Sharma to give a token of appreciation for the guest speakers today. Ms. Sharmila Chawle, Dr. Ratin Roy, and Mr. Kaushal Mahan, Dr. Amarinder Pandey. Yes. Hi, guys. There is high tea outside the forum. You can have, and after 15 minutes we will start the next panel discussion here at 12:15. You all know Pandey sir is very
A warm welcome to the Kautilya Colloquy 2024 on a panel discussion on the theme digital governance. Today we come together to explore how governance can evolve in digital age, and we are privileged to have a panel of experts who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to this vital conversation. Our session will be guided by esteemed moderator, our very own Dr. Vishnu S. Pillai. Dr. Pillai is an assistant professor at the Kautilya School of Public Policy. His work, backed by a PhD in public policy from the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, focuses on risk analysis and AI technology regulation, two pillars that are central to digital governance. Now, let's meet our distinguished panelists. First, we are privileged to have Mr. Zayesh Ranjan, Special Chief Secretary of the Industries and Commerce and IT Department for the Government of Telangana. Mr. Ranjan is an exemplary civil servant whose forward-thinking leadership has helped propel Telangana's digital economy to new heights. He holds numerous degrees from top global university, and his work has been internationally recognized, including the prestigious Royal Order of the Polar Star for promoting Swedish-Indian business relationship. His contribution to fostering innovation and sustainability make him a cornerstone of digital governance. Next, we are honored to have Ms. Saranya Gopinath, the Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy at Razorpay. With her legal background and extensive expertise in fintech, AI, and inclusive technology, Ms. Saranya has been at the forefront of policy making in India, from her previous leadership roles at Google to her current work at Razorpay. She's a key player in shaping the future of India's digital payment ecosystem. Her insights into fintech technology will undoubtedly deepen today's discussion. And next we have our panelist, Ms. Sudipta Vera Paneni. She is the Partner and Chief Innovation Officer at Deloitte South Asia. With her expertise in Industry 4.0 technology, including smart factories and IIoT, Sudipta's work revolutionized industries like aerospace and consumer products. Her innovative solutions in advanced manufacturing are helping industries digitally transform, making her an indispensable voice in conversation on the future of governance in technology-driven sectors. Finally, we have Mr. Vikram Patil, the Director of Digital Literacy and Livelihood Initiative at NASCOM Foundation. With over 18 years of dedication to social impact sector, Mr. Vikram has been a beacon of change in financial inclusion, climate resilience, and community empowerment. His leadership in digital literacy and women's empowerment program has broken barriers, illustrating how digital governance can transform lives at the grassroots level. Today, together, this dynamic panel brings a rich blend of policy insights, technological leadership, and social impact, setting the stage for a compelling exploration of the evolving landscape of the digital governance. And with that, I am pleased to hand over the session to our moderator, Dr. Pillai.
Thank you, Sang, for the introduction, and welcome you all, the panelists. So the topic is digital governance. Like as always, we'll start from the scratch, whether it's statistics or public policy or research methods. When you have governance, we always refer to Guy Peters' literature. So governance in itself is a notoriously slippery term. A lot of definitions in all the journal articles, and you can see a lot of videos on this one. So the first topic is from your experience. So they have a lot of we have a lot of textbookish knowledge. So from your experience, what do you mean by digital governance, or what is good digital governance? From your experience of working in the industry and with the government, what is digital governance, what is good digital governance, and what is happening over the years? What are the actors, institutions, what are the networks, what is the cohesion that is happening in the networks, and how powerful are these networks, and how these networks are influencing, implementing what are the governance that we're having. So let us start with Jayesh sir, the topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to fellow panelists. Good afternoon to everyone here. Very happy to be a part of this panel with other eminent practitioners. So in my understanding, digital governance can mean many things, but from a government's lens, there are two meanings. One is that how do we improve our own internal efficiency? See, governments typically, particularly in India and all in an Indian state, are considered to be very, very inefficient. They are supposed to be wasteful. They are not believed to be up to speed with technology, and lack professionalism and so on. Much of it is true as well. So how do you improve your internal efficiency using technology? When some of these complaints used to be made about the government, maybe technology was not really available to this level of refinement. But now that it is available, how are you making use of it to make yourself much more efficient? All your internal processes are more efficient. And the other important understanding of digital governance is how are you improving the outreach to your stakeholders? So government obviously has multiple stakeholders for multiple issues, and how do you improve the outreach to these stakeholders to ensure that the stakeholders get a very seamless kind of experience. So the best exemplar of this anywhere in the world is in the country of Estonia. Many of you will be aware, it's a small country, it's a Baltic country, but it has earned this global reputation. They follow 5 principles. So the 5 principles are like this. Any G2C service, if you are a citizen in Estonia, whatever you expect from the government, there would always be 5 features in your transaction. So one, it will be presence-less. If you have to do something with the government, you don't have to physically go somewhere. I mean, you don't need to be present somewhere. You can be at your home and get that, whatever is expected, you can get that delivered. The second is it will be contactless, so you don't have to meet anyone. The third is that it will be paperless. There's nothing that you have to, like a paper, you don't have to kind of bring any paper or show any paper. All the records are electronic. And the other 2 are anywhere and anytime. I mean, you need not even be in Estonia to get a government service delivered. You could be sitting in India. Suppose you came on a holiday to India. You can still, whatever is expected to be done by a government agency for you back home in Estonia, you can get it done. And any time. So unlike typical government offices, which start at 10 o'clock and end at 5 o'clock, in Estonia, anything can be done at any time, 24/7. So this is the hallmark of digital governance: contactless, presence-less, paperless, anytime, anywhere. So this is, of course, the gold standard, but different governments, different government agencies across the country, across the world, eventually have to move in this direction only to really epitomize the best opportunity or the most optimum use of technology which is available there. But then there is one more layer. So when I said this, that a citizen can get any government service very, very easily, etc. There's one very big presumption that he has access to digital infrastructure, which is not completely true in our Indian context. In the cities, we really don't worry too much about it. The digital infrastructure comes automatically. Most of us use our devices to access the digital world, and it happens in a very seamless way. But this is not always true, let us say in rural areas, remote areas, where sometimes the people don't even have expensive phones or even basic phones through which you can get to the digital world. And in many geographies, you don't have connectivity. So in India, there is a third layer that you also have to provide digital infrastructure, at least to these last mile kind of locations. So digital infrastructure, using technology to deliver every service possible in the Estonian kind of a gold standard way, and improving our own inefficiencies, or rather improving our own efficiencies to reduce these inefficiencies and the typical bureaucratic red tape that the government has talked about. So this is my take on digital governance.
Thank you, sir. And can we have the insights from Vikram sir?
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, good afternoon and warm greetings to all of you. It's a privilege to be here today to speak alongside such an esteemed panel of experts. Jay sir has already touched upon what digital governance is all about. So let me start this by asking you all a simple question. How many of you have ever stood in long queues to apply for a document or pay a bill? Just raise your hands, please. Quite a few. Now just imagine doing all of this with your phone or a computer. That's digital governance at its best, as simply to put it. So it's about providing citizens the access to technology is what digital governance is all about. So I'll keep that answer short and I'll hand it over to Sanjita.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. And it's always a lot of stress taking on the pre-lunch panel, but I hope this is as engaging for all of you as it is already for me with my wonderful co-panelists. And of course, we have fantastic perspectives here, and as Ranjan sir brought us off to a great start with regards to digital governance, I'll try to take a slightly different slice of the conversation, which is digital governance as governance of large digital systems. And I'm going to be touching upon, let's say, my background in creating systems of digital public infrastructure, which we're all engaging with today. DPI has become a very widely used term over the past couple of years, for better or for worse, because I think everybody starts off trying to build a DPI without trying to build a large-scale infrastructure which has values and the systems of DPI, as opposed to DPI as the objective in itself. And in that, it was useful to kind of touch upon a couple of the principles which not only determine what a DPI is, but what a DPI may want to strive for. At best, in its best format, it tries to achieve some simple principles of economics, where it is achieved, it is something provided at scale, it is inclusive, it is non-discriminatory, and it is provided at an infrastructure scale. And of course, that changes from nation to nation. As Sir mentioned, in Estonia, what would be a scaled infrastructure would be an infrastructure that serves Tamil Nadu, or with Andhra and Telangana. That is the best format. But what does that mean, and how do you think about it from bottom up? Famously, Indian digital public infrastructure use a public-private partnership model for the delivery of last-mile services, where effectively to my mind, one of the most elegant features of the digital public infrastructure that we see in India is the restraint. What I mean by that is that the government focused on building core infrastructure and did not extend itself to also build the last mile delivery of it. The restraint in architecture, where they focused on saying the core infrastructure, whether it is in managing the economics of it, whether it is in managing the guiding principles, the architectural objectives, as well as the economic objectives of the guiding system itself, that will be the remit of the government. However, ensuring that this service reaches every citizen of the country will work with private investment, with, as a function of interests of private parties, and that's how we will take it. Of course, the different DPIs that we've seen in India have experienced themselves on a spectrum of this. What I say when I refer to DPI, which meets all of this, may be UPI, right? That's one of the first things that comes to your mind. Perfectly meets the instance. NPCI, quasi-government entity, retains itself in managing the network, setting out the rules, and also works with the government in the economic objectives. But the private players that make it available to you are banks with the UPI apps. We understand this. However, Aadhaar is also a DPI, where for reasons inherent to the privacy and security of creating an identity system at scale in the country, it was important that a larger portion of that was retained by the government, and it was engaging with Aadhaar, whether it's in the form of verification or even as an enrollment center, which was done in a public-private partnership, but the ecosystem in itself is retained with the government. So this is just a high-level view of what the spectrum of DPI is. I'm sure there's a lot more conversation we can have into the incentives management and how that really flows out and impacts the governance of it. But I'll take a pause here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, so this is what happens when such intelligent people are addressing the question, and I'm the last one. I sort of see myself as an Indian at heart, right? And like Sir said, and Saranya also mentioned, Estonia is a gold standard for us, but the scale at which India is doing digital transformation, that is unmatched. So maybe I'll ask you guys a question. Which is obviously the first one will be a simpler one, and it will be like the GMAT entrance exam, right? The first one is going to be easy one. So which is the largest biometric identification system in the world? Yeah, sorry, what did you say? Aadhaar, right? Which is the longest road network in the world? Take a guess. You won't be evaluated on this. No, in the world, which is the longest network, which country has the longest road network? So US is the first number one. The second one is India. And that, yesterday was on a summit, government summit, which happened, which was called Arohan. And we had Mr. Nitin Gadkari as part of the keynote address. And I was told that he's on a Guinness Book World Record to be using the maximum number of cement in anywhere in the world, right? Because of the road construction that is happening. The second thing I wanted to ask you is in terms of the rural mapping, and you would have heard of some of the work that we are doing using technology, doing rural mapping. So any idea which country sort of does the most number of rural mapping using any kind of a technology? So India is the obvious answer. That the drone mapping exercise that we are doing right now, that's the largest rural drone mapping exercise done anywhere in the world, right? So the scale at which we are looking at, scaling some of these technologies, the innovations that are happening within the government. And one of the interesting things which came out yesterday was, I was with Dr. Arvind Gupta, who is the Digital Foundation India CEO. He said, if you had asked me 10 years back, a digital government policy, these three words would have never sort of come together 10 years back, right? It would have never crossed anyone's mind that you can bring all of these three together. And that over the last few years, in the last 10 years maybe, India has really transformed itself. The scale, while we all would crib saying that, we are standing in lines, our things are not happening, but I think there's a lot happening in terms of, how we are accessing some of these services. And one of the other example was that of, I don't know if you have heard of this app called Udaan. Udaan is really one of the, not lesser known, innovations that have come, but literally you don't really have to stand in line. And I've been one of the beneficiaries. I would say that I wanted to withdraw PF from my PF account, and I thought it will be a very cumbersome process. I will have to wait in line, I have to fill up some, umpty number of paperwork and all of that. All of that was done online. I sitting in the comfort of my house, I was able to submit the documents and receive the money within, I think it was less than 1 month. I got the money also. So, that was a savior for me. So I feel that, there's a lot that is happening around digital governance. And, all of you are in your early 20s. There's a long way for you to see how this pans out for all of you.
Thank you so much. So we have a lot of points from this thing. We had a lot of key points, like we have this inclusivity, the lack of infrastructure to have the last mile connectivity, the need for digital infrastructure. We also got an idea regarding what is good governance. So I'm just processing these things in my human intelligence and framing a question that in public policy, we always concerned about the actors, a lot of actors. And we can call this as an AI era. A lot of concerns regarding AI. And when we talk about governance, it's also about accountability. And when we have digital governance, privacy, cybersecurity, and all those issues. So in your experience, dealing with the diverse actors wherever it is, maybe the common public or with the bureaucrats or with the market, what are the biggest challenges that you are facing in dealing with the various difference in perception, and what do you think can be a way forward to overcome those perceptions to improve to deal with all the challenges that we have? Can we start with Jay, sir?
See, my experience has shown that the real smartness of a government is to bring as many players as possible into this whole mix of planning, designing, implementing, delivering, monitoring, etc. So, I mean, some of you may be familiar with it. Just about approximately 10-12 days ago, we hosted a very large AI summit here. We called it the Global AI Summit. And lots of very brilliant people came who are AI experts, AI practitioners. But to my mind, one of the most satisfying part of that summit was that as a government, we were able to on board 26 partners. 26 partners will now be working with Telangana government to do different kinds of things. Someone will be involved in creating compute infrastructure. Someone will be involved in skilling. Someone will run use cases for the government. Someone will guide us exactly the things that you spoke about: privacy, confidentiality, security, ethics. Someone will actually do monitoring and evaluation. There's a very renowned global institution called JPAL. They are a part of MIT. So we signed up with them. They will do the monitoring and evaluation of all the AI initiatives we take. So that is how it is. So obviously, no one today can claim that he or she is the repository of all wisdom, all knowledge. Plus, you are dealing with a technology which is advancing at a very, very rapid pace. So if you have that smartness in you, as I said, that you be aware of who else is doing what, and you have this power or the ability to assimilate all of that, then your ends will be better met. So I guess that is how one should look at the stakeholders. Everyone has a role to play. You can't say that, I mean, as a government, I'll drive everything, I'll do everything. In the end, you will end up doing nothing, actually, if you choose to do that way. And the other good thing is that lots of innovation, tech innovation today. I mean, there are people who represent large companies and large corporations, etc. But the reality is that while they continue to do what they are expected to do, but much more innovative usage of technologies, development of technologies is coming from young entrepreneurs, young innovators, whom we collectively call as startups. So how encouraging and embracing are you of the startup ecosystem is also going to be very, very critical. So the typical narrative is across the world, also in India, that governments should stay away from this world. This is not their cup of tea. And typically in Bangalore, for example, the startup ecosystem is very, very large, but the government did nothing to make it big or even make it start or make it grow. So that is the belief that, I mean, this is how we should be. The government should stay away, look at how things are evolving. And if something is very critical, then only you get into it. But in Telangana, we have believed in a completely different narrative, that government can really drive the innovation ecosystem. And we have been doing this for the last 10 years, and we are now reaping the benefits. We have seen how so many solutions, tech solutions, etc., are possible, some of which can potentially have a very transformative effect. And we have used many of them in agriculture domain, and so many other examples are there. So if you, I mean, to kind of summarize my answer to the question that you asked on how do you look at multiple players, stakeholders, first of all, there has to be an openness that anyone can contribute, many people are contributing, and then your strategy must be to bring everyone together and then derive the best benefit that you need to as a government for the benefit of your citizens.
Over to you, Vikram sir.
Thank you. I think I'll share from my experience, of having literally lived with the communities, for the first 10, 12 years of my work experience. And I believe that solutions should be always designed from grounds up, that actually gives you an idea of how to kind of design solutions around, problems which are there on ground. And in a country as vast and diverse as India, I think digital governance is not just an opportunity, it's a necessity. Also because of the fact that, at times what we see is that infrastructure isn't present for digital governance, right? So that's the access that we want to build. And I think to build all of this, collaboration is the key. We have to have collaborations with governments, the private sector, NGOs, communities, all coming in together to bring in that component of, designing solutions for the last mile. So that's something which is very vital. And at NASSCOM Foundation, we live by a simple philosophy, which is tech for good. We believe that technology is a very powerful tool which can be used to address social and economic challenges, especially for the marginalized population. So I think, adding to what Jay sir said, collaboration is the key to go about bringing in solutions for communities.
Sharanya, ma'am.
I've actually had the immense privilege of being in multiple vantage points in the ecosystem. Right now I'm in a startup. Before this I was in a large MNC and earlier in an industry body. But the one combining thread through all of those experiences is that the multiple perspectives is a good thing. It's completely messy, don't get me wrong. It's like herding cats. And as policymakers, sometimes you just want single thread of logic and you want to be able to tie it together neatly. But often you'll see that heterogeneity in objectives, the heterogeneity in incentives is what's really going to move the needle forward. Absolutely, as Ranjan sir and Mr. Vikram has mentioned, for the scale of what we want to achieve, it cannot happen by a single player. It definitely cannot happen with a single thought process. The multiple incentives is a good thing because that brings people in, to establish their interest in the subject matter, right? If you want complete participation, if you want people to bring their best perspectives, it is not enough that they find it important, they should also find it valuable. This is an idealistic approach. I will also admit that it is completely utopian that all actors or all stakeholders are fully satisfied with their objectives being met. That cannot happen and it should not happen. Because what that means is that one person is winning over the other. Having said that, as policymakers, your ability to bring logic, or more importantly, to make every project seem, or if not find value in every project for the different stakeholders, pulling in what may appear to be vastly different directions and getting some tangential logic around it is what is going to make it reach the progressive end. It will not happen all at the same time. There may be different stages at which it happens. But to my mind, the most successful projects are the ones that are able to square the circle.
Thank you so much. Sudipta.
No, I think I'll just harp on the point that I think all of you have mentioned about collaboration. Yeah, and I fundamentally believe that you can invent alone, but you cannot innovate alone, right? And for innovation, you need collaboration. You need the ecosystem that all of you have spoken about, and and beautiful examples from Aadhaar, UPI, all of these. How innovation has to scale. It could be, it just cannot be something which is done in one village or one district, right? How do I take something which is very powerful, but put all the effort to be able to scale this across the nation? And that was very fascinating for me to just learn that, how something very simple, as Aadhaar or UPI, how it has been able to just take over the whole economy, the digital economy of India itself. So innovation for me in that sense should be something which is scalable, and for that you have to make it tech-enabled innovation, which is where the scalability and the adaptability of any innovation will come. And then you have the right policies and the procedures that needs to be put in place, the systems that need to be put in place. So one of the very important aspect in all this I feel is, you could have a great idea and it could be fantastic idea, excellent that way, but if you do not have the wherewithal to do the execution of that, then a very simple and average idea could be with great execution can sort of get you the most impact versus a brilliant idea but very poor execution. So the execution is something which will be very important. Identifying which are the players to this, which are the personas, like you said, that needs to be addressed, and how do you have a method in place, like she said, is going to be very chaotic and messy, but have that method in the madness, right? Have that method in the madness, identifying when each one of these is going to come together. So the execution becomes very, very critical in my sense.
Thank you so much. Now we will take questions from the audience. Yes. Lekhani.
Thank you for such insightful discussion. My question is open to anyone who takes it. Decentralization still possesses challenges in the area, and how can equitable access and transparency be ensured with DPI and digital governance together to ensure urban governance is in place, or we improve the spectrum or the area, the lens through which we see urban governance?
Hi, no, thank you for that. It's about improving efficiency.
So equitable access with urban governance. So we see the decentralization still possesses a lot of challenge. So how can we integrate digital DPI that is a lot in discussion with to improve the space?
Sure. I think there are two aspects over there which you're touching upon, right? One is decentralization is seen as a form of governance slash distribution of services. Equitable access is in the hands of the end individual and the access to those services. It's not a one or the other approach. For me, equitable access is the end objective of all of these governance models. It is ensuring that you have equal access for everybody, or else the system doesn't work. Ensuring it from two objectives. One is equitable access being a North Star, especially when you're talking about government scale infrastructure, about ensuring that there's a design principle in architecting infrastructure such as this, that you design for the edges and the middle will take care of itself. So ensuring that the systems you build out are focused on the marginalized communities, on the communities that have the least access, and providing for it. For example, and let me try illustrating this. Aadhaar, when it was built, and I'm sure there are folks here who will be able to better speak about it to it than me, but the way it was contemplated, like right now you have biometric, you have iris, fingerprint, you have your demographic data, and then you do the authorization. Part of the reason that you have multiple touch points in the biometric authentication, it is not only for iris, it is not only for fingerprint, it is a combination. Part of it is for this reason. Number one, with cataract patients, it was found that there is an opacity that builds over your iris, which does not allow for accurate iris identification beyond a certain period of time. Many farmers in our country, just with the result of the work they do, their fingerprints are kind of smoothened out. They do not have the same accuracy in fingerprinting anymore. So this was the kind of edge case when you were contemplating, especially for something which is government infrastructure. A lot of the things we've built since are actually built on the foundation of Aadhaar for this reason. Because at a fundamental level, it ensures that very few, if any, people will be excluded on the system. These combination of factors help ensure that more people are inclusive. Decentralization is just a scale problem. Part of it in distribution of decentralization. Again, I distinguish it from governance perspective, but the distribution of services, ensuring a decentralization approach, is just given the size of the country we are in, right? Ensuring that we're able to take care of that. But in touching upon the governance, it is also important to ensure decentralization so that, let's say, state objectives are met. While the central government may have a certain approach, ensuring that state governments are able to adequately communicate their objectives and see how that ties in with central government. It's GST Council being a fantastic example. So it is a multiple combination of these factors that you have to keep in mind, but it all comes down to having very clear North Star objectives and seeing what is the point at which we will say an approach has failed and what is the point at which it determines success.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. With the emerging digital public infrastructure.
Can you introduce yourself?
Oh, okay. So myself, Ablaz Mohammad Shamnad, working as a research associate at Center for Development Policy and Practice, Hyderabad. So my question is, with the emerging digital public infrastructure and the scaling of services in the digital realm, how do we deal with the question of data protection, specifically personal data protection, and how can public policy from a polity and a society comprehensively address this question? I mean, anyone? Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
She's the lawyer in the...
Sorry, that was supposed to be a good thing, I'm sure. No. That's a very good question. And I think sometimes, especially as the privacy conversation, I will take the easy way out by referring to Aadhaar because I think it became so widely discussed on this aspect of privacy and conversation. Privacy was also touted as a champagne leftist problem, and they said that's not really a problem in India. So I think we had a spectrum of conversations, of course, fantastically resulting in the Puttaswamy judgment, which really gave us the fundamental right to privacy. Unless and until it is contemplated as an undeniable right, which today it is, thanks to the Puttaswamy judgment, unless and until it is sought out as a fundamental right to be granted or availed of by every citizen, it is very easy to trade off efficiency for privacy. It is very easy. In AI conversations, in everything, it is the first hostage of building any innovative system. Unless you determine that we are going to work around this, you will not find solutions. And you know what? Since then, there have been substantial technological solutions which achieve this. For example, federated learning, ensuring that the AI systems learn on your local devices and not by a central database, ensuring that you do not have to have a silver copy, gold copy every time that you decide to build something. Once you decide that this is an undeniable right of every citizen, just as it is a part of the right to life, that's when you will be able to start building that assurance, or else it's going to be the first fatality.
Hello everyone, this is Lasya. So my question is, we have done great in tech in terms of the country India. So I feel that there is a lack of originality, the idea implementation in terms of generating the tech. What can be done there? What is the essential lead step that India can take?
Definitely, I don't agree with that premise. I would say maybe 10 years back, that was the situation, and largely it was more to do with not having a digital infrastructure and access to digital, means. That primarily was the reason, I would say. But today, the way we are looking at it, I think India is not just innovating for India, but it is innovating for the world. Right? And when I say India for India, look at some of the innovations that have come within the government space itself, right? So many of those DPI and all of these DPIs around Aadhaar and UPI, those are all big innovations. Even there have been incremental improvements that we have done in concepts like Ola and Uber, though while originally they came from outside of India. But the scale that India can provide, India is a consumer and a producer economy. Right? A lot of the economies that you see, either they are a consumer or a producer economy, but India, when global companies are coming to India, they are looking for India being as the consumer economy, right? The scale and the population that we have. They really want to come to India because that's where they can actually sell some of these innovations. And the scale at which India can do that is phenomenal. And you get any innovation, even if it is outside from India, the scale that India can percolate these innovations is unmatched. Some of those. So fundamentally, I don't agree. And I'll speak about one of the aspects this is an example from Deloitte. And we recently launched what is called as Enterprise Conscious Code. And that's one of the kinds, this was launched during the World Economic Forum by our CEO, Romal Shetty. And it essentially covers three aspects, right? One is this whole coding which is happening around AI and the huge databases and the GPUs that everyone is purchasing. Who's looking at how much environmental impact that is going to have. So sorry. So just looking at that coding emissions that are coming, some of the carbon footprint that is going to be increasing because of that. So we have launched this solution which is called as debt code reduction. This is something which they have not seen anywhere in the world, and it also looks at accessibility, some of the UI UX related aspects. So there are innovations which are coming from India and innovating for the world.
No, sir is being very kind. I get where you're coming from, but it's also a bunch of things that are changing of late. What's interesting and what I find very comforting, as adding to what Sudipta mentioned, is that in India, we are redefining the problem statement to begin with. And that is leading to a lot of innovation. So for example, even if you take like UPI, as Sir mentioned right at the beginning, Estonia starting off with a mobile device and saying this is your baseline, that everybody has a phone, a mobile device and a data connection, is a very different world from our baseline. But we are able to innovate there. We have UPI, you have UPI Lite, which happens on feature phones. You have UPI, which occurs on with voice. You have voice UPI. You have many different innovations which are contemplating a different kind of inclusivity, understanding the problem statements that are unique to India and building from there. And the innovation that comes as a result is fantastic. I think that's a very interesting space to watch out for. Having a health monitor with everybody who has an Apple Watch, that's easy. Providing health at scale where people may not have access to a telephone and may not have a personal medical device, that's the challenge. And I think that's why we're seeing interesting things.
I'll just add one point, also from the organizational standpoint, because we infuse technology in all the work that we do. Let's take it this way. Envision a farmer in a remote village in Jharkhand, or for that matter in any other state, and knowing that the farmer can now apply for a government subsidy online, yet without the access or the basic digital skills to avail it, this promise remains distant and unreachable, right? So therefore, digital literacy becomes the bedrock of any successful digital governance initiative. So that's one. And this is also from the fact that we work on digital governance across 20 states in 44 aspirational districts. And we've, over a period of 20 years, we've been able to impact about 15 million lives. I'll give you another example. This is from something that I had recently visited, a certain place. I'll give you an example of a lady. Rinku is her name. She's a 32-year-old HIV/AIDS patient. Okay, there were a lot of financial hardships, financial and emotional hardships that she was going through. And before joining this digital literacy and e-governance program, her children did not have access to proper education and so on and so forth. Neither did she have, the money to go to a hospital. But when she enrolled for this e-governance program, she was provided access to lot many government schemes that she never knew about. Say for instance, schemes like Palan Ghar Yojana, HIV Pension Yojana, and then Nishulk Yatri Bus Pass. These were yojanas which helped her. Now this is a broader scenario in the rural areas, where people do not know of the government schemes which are available to them. So I think these are vital things, providing them with digital literacy on and e-governance. And one final thing which I would like to mention is that, it's also very important to empower women at the grassroots level, right? Because once we empower women, they act as facilitators and they create a ripple effect within their communities. So that's very helpful. So as far as the organization is concerned, at NASSCOM Foundation, we run a program which is called the Women's Entrepreneurship Program, wherein we work with existing women entrepreneurs. We help them with providing them with digital literacy, financial literacy, and entrepreneurial skills to grow their business, right? Say for instance, an artisan in a village who has always been restricted to selling her products in the local market. Once she's exposed to the power of technology, she's exposed to social media, she has a larger audience, she can reach out to a larger extent. So therefore, unless and until we do not address things like digital literacy, women empowerment, I think digital governance still has a lot of things to be taken care of. That's what I think.
So we can take.
No, okay, go ahead. So I wanted to give a small comment about this. So frankly, I quite agree with the point that you made, because see, in any effort to create a tech solution, think of a tech solution, deploy a tech solution, these are all ways of solving a problem. You see a problem around you and your mind starts working that maybe I can bring this technology to provide this solution. So Solutions are being provided, but if you look at the population, the demographic of our country, we are just scratching the surface. If Israel can call itself a startup nation, we are far, far away from calling ourselves as a startup nation. And one of the fundamental reasons is that we are not taught to be problem solvers from an early age. Most of us attend schools, colleges, etc., where the whole emphasis is to just memorize some textbook and pass some exam, get some grade, forget everything of that year and move on to the next year. So this is something which people are recognizing now, that if you really want to become tech innovators, tech pioneers, if thousands and thousands and millions of people become problem solvers, then this is not the standard way of operating. So in Telangana, I can share something. It's very early days, and possibly the results will come maybe a decade later or even 2 decades later. But we have started introducing elements of design thinking in school curriculum. So from very early stages, class 3, class 4 onwards, apart from reading whatever your text teaches you to read, you will also be taught about design thinking, which is nothing but understanding what kind of problems exist in my surroundings. Can I figure out a problem? Can I demonstrate its solution? Are the teachers empowered to enable the children, the students that is, to think on those lines beyond the textbook, etc. So I guess that is what you also meant, that it is very easy to copy something and replicate. We started with that, as Sudipta ji mentioned. Some attempts at original problem solving is happening at scale as well. But given the size and the demographic, we are far, far away from there.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. I just got this thing that there is a very interesting question coming up. So we'll address that interesting question. Yes, please.
Hello, sir. My name is Pratik. I am a student of Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Sir, we often speak about digital governance, and in the recent years, the discussions regarding it have been evolving. But let's remind about the Personal Data Protection Bill, which says about digitizing the people's personal information. Also, the new criminal laws that have been made also says that people's facial recognition, biometrics would be stored for the long run. So won't it be said like so how can this digital governance be made inclusive, but it will also protect the people's privacy regarding it? So I wanted to ask.
Vikram.
Unfortunately, yes. I actually wish there was a whiteboard here, where I'd love to kind of walk you through this. Some of it is technological solutions, some of it is architectural solutions, and some of it is governance. So let's break that up into 3 parts. So when you're talking about the provision of services for individuals, the first objective is I should be able to uniquely identify myself to be able to identify this service. Also, I need to be able to deduplicate from somebody else who claims to be Saranya. This is the entry point, where let's assume I have been enrolled in everything. The entry point is I have to be uniquely identified and distinguished. This can happen as a factor of many ways. Either the way I uniquely identify myself with biometric details and so on and so forth. Without getting into too much of the details, what I'm trying to establish is the entry points, and actually that is the only point where you need to uniquely identify a person. If it is for something, let's say PDS, right? Where you're just ensuring, has everybody got it? Yes, yes, no, no. That's as simple as it is. Now, when you're trying to get into customization of services, or you're trying to say, what is the best solution for Saranya who lives in this part of the city, who wants to go there, that's when things start getting complicated. And this is when we start getting the technology solutions. Some of it is just saying that you do not process Saranya's data outside of her own devices or outside of her own environment, and make sure that the centralized processing is only seeing me as an anonymized entity. That is partly technology. Now, which brings us to number 3, which is the governance aspect. The governance aspect is saying, which is right now what you mentioned, the PDP, which is today an act. The rules are what are forthcoming. It is ensuring that if there is a violation of any of these principles, even before the fact, there will be concerns. This is identified especially in the AI perspective. You're seeing a multiple range of solutions. It is useful to touch upon the recent EU AI Act, which talks about unacceptable harm, and part of that is this. Uniquely identifying somebody or personalizing to the extent where you can manipulate their decision making is an unacceptable harm. So I think some of this is already coming into the governance ecosystem. What is nice is that technology is also improvising and innovating as a result to meet these objectives. And that's where I think we are heading towards. Because the good part is that it's not just running on good intent anymore. I think we have a lot of infrastructure to support it.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much for the very interesting discussion. So now we have something to build upon, right? Please go back and write, just memorize it and write somewhere so that you don't forget. Then you start building from this one. So thank you so much for the insights, and over to you, Singh.
On behalf of the core committee, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the moderator and the panelists as well. We have a token of gift. Our general manager, Shivangi Sharma, will be handing over. And post this, we have plans how delegates will be assisted by our volunteers, and the panelists will be assisted by the student point of contact. Thank you. And session will start again at 2 p.m. So be back here by 2 p.m.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Soumya Anand. I'm a second student at Kautilya School of Public Policy. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this panel discussion on women in public policy. I am honored to introduce our esteemed panelists, leaders whose expertise and dedication have significantly contributed to the public policy landscape. First, we are pleased to welcome Ms. Shantala Vegas, a passionate leader in partnerships and communication with over 17 years of experience in architecture and social empowerment. Currently, as the head of partner relations and communications at WeHub Telangana, India's first state-led organization for women entrepreneurs, she advocates for economic empowerment and policy reform through bridging the gender gap. Formerly, as the head of culture, communications and partnership at Alliance Francaise of Hyderabad, she excelled in fostering cultural connections. Her passion and dedication towards gender equality led her to secure the She Create Change Fellowship. Additionally, she is also leading a campaign seeking introduction of menstrual health management in schools syllabus through state policy. Her contribution extends to discussions on women challenge and LGBTQ rights at international forums. In her role as Chief Marketing Officer for a clean eating startup, she supported various women entrepreneurs and practitioners. Through her diverse and enriching expertise, Ms. Vegas truly embodies the spirit of a change maker leader. Next, we are honored to welcome Dr. Shanta Thotam, former Chief Innovation Officer for Government of Telangana, a gold medalist in BTech and holder of MS and PhD degree in electrical engineering from the New Mexico State University, USA. Dr. Thotam's remarkable career spans from her time in United States, where she helped advance technologies from campus to market, to her impactful return to India. As a Stanford Venture Well University Innovation Fellow, Dr. Thotam served as Program Director of Start Fast Venture Accelerator, helping startups to raise over millions of funds. While serving as officer on special duty for textile and handicrafts with Government of Telangana, she has spearheaded initiatives that have scaled startups and fostered innovations across the state. Recently honored with World Innovation Award at BRICS Innovation Forum in Moscow, Dr. Thotam is a true leader who has shaped Telangana into a global hub for innovation and entrepreneurship. Next, We are pleased to welcome Dr. Mujaiz Sheikh, Professor of Health Governance at Hertie School. His research focuses on health economics and management, specifically health expenditure, hospital efficiency, competition, and health insurance. He also explores policy issues related to international donor funding for health initiatives in developing countries. Dr. Sheikh holds a doctorate in economics from Frankfurt School of Finance and Management and a master's in international health management from Imperial College, London. Before joining the Hertie School, he worked at the Health Economics and Policy Division of Vienna University of Economics and Business. As accomplished researcher, Dr. Sheikh has published in leading journals and received several international awards for his papers. His commitment to informing governance discourse through scientific evidence adds a crucial dimension in today's panel. Last but not the least, I would like to introduce our moderator for the discussion, Dr. Vasudha Karju, Assistant Professor at Kautilya School of Public Policy, a gold medalist in sociology from University of Hyderabad and holding a doctorate in sociology from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Dr. Karju specializes in gender studies and has taught courses like sexualities and masculinities at Ambedkar universities. Moreover, she is dedicated to make academic writing more accessible and engaging for students. Together, these esteemed panelists bring a profound wealth of knowledge and experience that will greatly enhance our exploration of the pivotal role of women play in shaping public policy. Their insights will shed light on both the challenges and opportunities fostering women's leadership in policy making. We are deeply honored by their presence and look forward to an engaging and thought-provoking discussion. I would like to invite you all to join me in extending them a warm welcome through our sincere round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you, Soumya, for that introduction. I'd like to begin by welcoming our panelists. Welcome to Kautilya, and thank you all for joining us today. The topic, women in public policy, is, as you can imagine, a very broad one. And the way that we have understood and interpreted this topic is to think of it in terms of how women figure as the subjects of policy, how women are faced with policies, how women are subjects of policies, but also in terms of how women shape and make policies. So when we talk about women in policy, we're also talking about women as policy makers. And it is both these dimensions that we're interested in exploring in this discussion today. I'll just begin by giving a little bit about the structure of the panel. Our speakers will be sharing their views on the topic women in public policy for a few minutes each. We'll then have a brief discussion amongst the panelists before opening it to the audience for questions. So I'd now like to ask Ms. Shantila Vegas to begin with her thoughts.
Good afternoon, everyone. I mean, I'm used to hearing a response, so I don't like speaking in others' dreams, so please. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. Yeah, good. That's good. Yeah, it's great to be here. Thank you for having all of us here. And, it's always good for us to, who are working in the public policy space and, being a bridge between the government and the beneficiaries for that matter, to have interactions not just directly with the beneficiaries, but also with young minds in exploring what they think, the way forward should be in terms of public policy. So I consider this a great privilege. Thank you for having me here. So when, the two sides that you were, Dr. Karju, trying to bring our attention to, one is women as the subjects of public policy and women as the makers of public policy, right? So, in both the spaces, if we were to start with how public policy impacts women, right? So whenever we talk about public policy and women, it's always seen as this this pool of human beings who are not able to do anything for themselves, and you need a savior to come and pull them out of their sad state and things like that, right? So I think the first place where we have to begin is also in terms of, see, it's generally what happens when we speak about women's social status and women's social empowerment and anything around women. The discourse invariably turns around male bashing and how men are making policies that are not relevant for women, which is true, by the way. Sadly, because if you see, the solution here is not just having women in the room when you make policies for women, but having women, relevant women in the room when you make policies, irrespective of whether it is for women or not. Only then you'll see that transition when you are making policies specifically for one demography, right? And also, it is very important to have that gender lens when policies are made, because otherwise it's only you are looking at the world from the outside and not having experienced it yourself. So you definitely need a balance. You need very strong male allies in the room when you make public policies for women, and at the same time you also need women who understand the difference between equality and similarity. So generally what happens when you get onto forums is we try too hard as women sometimes, some of us, in trying to sound like men and trying to not show that we have a vulnerable side and trying to be that strong woman trope, right? And we end up doing what men would have themselves done without us in the room. So, that sensitivity towards the real problems in the gender landscape is very essential. And the first thing there begins with understanding that equality is not similarity, right? You don't have to do everything that my male counterpart does or is able to do. So when you talk about policies, I would like to give you an example here, right? Even today, one major topic of discussion, I think Dr. Tautam will agree with me, is about women in manufacturing, right? How to get more women into manufacturing. So what is the easiest thing to do? Go to all colleges and let's talk about how we have very few women in manufacturing. We'll give you incentives. We'll make some reservations for women candidates. We'll give extra incentives for women. But we don't understand, what we don't understand is the infrastructure and machinery at the manufacturing unit, right? So there was this beautiful anecdote that was given by Dr. Gauri Kailasham, who is the CEO of Rane Madras Limited. Okay, it's an automotive manufacturing unit. And in the 60s, they hardly had about 5% of the machinery that could be easily operated by women. We come with our, physical limitations, right? So, and the same happens with men who don't possess that kind of physical attributes, right? They are also left out, but since the number is more and the pool is bigger, you don't realize that it is a bias there as well. But now, Rane Motors Limited, over the years, they began with the target of 20% of manufacturing machinery being easy to be operable by women. And now they have reached 100% of manufacturing machinery that are able to be operated by women. This is something I think, you go back to the root of the problem. You are not trying to, inject women with steroids and making them able to operate those heavy machinery and things like that, But you are also encouraging innovation in that space by trying to see how that problem can be solved. So this is the kind of approach that we need when we are making policies that we think would benefit women. Another side of it is also that, you have to see whom you're making the policies for, right? So one more example that I would like to give here was, and I'm giving you examples here where it is women who are part of making the policy. In the first case, it was a woman leader, though she is a techie. She saw that there is a gap and identified a particular gap and bridged that innovation. The other side of the coin, my friend mentioned that I have been a fellow of She Creates Change. And my petition is around introduction of menstrual health management in government school syllabus, not just as programs conducted by NGOs. Right? So while researching around this, one thing that we found was one particular state in India where there was a very good initiative that began with the allocation of certain amount in the budget for rural marginalized women and also school-going girls for free pads. Okay, then someone returned from slumber. And one day decided, a group of women leaders decided that obviously, the pads that are available in the market do have an environmental detrimental component in them. But women sitting in comfortable, places or bungalows for that matter, decided that menstrual cup is the way to go and managed to convince the men in the government that this is the way forward, and the entire budget, it wasn't even a part of the budget, entire budget was taken away from the free pad scheme and menstrual cups were distributed. They are not being used and women are back to using rags. So, it's also very important to understand which woman is part of the public policy when you're inviting women to be part of public policy as well. I think I've taken too much of the time. So yeah, just with these two thoughts, and also a reminder that, when you have women on panels, it should not be just to talk about other women, but on general panels as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Thotto?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. Good to see more than 33% of the audience is women, and sure, you will make a great set of public, the policy makers, the women policy makers to be precise. Good thoughts, Shantala, that you have shared. I was just thinking, everyone is talking about women in public policy, and if we take one step back and think about it, women make more than 50% of the Indian population. How many of you guys can guess what is the participation of women in politics? Could be in parliament, Lok Sabha, Raj Sabha, and also state assemblies. Yeah, so Lok Sabha is like around 15%, Raj Sabha is 13%, and state assemblies is meager 9%. But where are these policies are being drafted? Parliament, state assemblies, but there is no women to kind of think about, what is the need for the women, right? So we know the root cause. There should be a master policy for women to be part of the parliament and also the state assemblies. Don't you think we have one already being passed? Precisely 1 year ago, 2023, this same date, 21st September, the bill was introduced on 19th of September, 2023, in Lok Sabha, got passed on 2023, September 20th, and 21st in Raj Sabha. So the Women Reservation Bill, which will enable 33% of women to be in parliament, to be in the state assemblies. That is the master policy that we have to kind of come up with, wherein we could include more women to be part of the legislative councils, to be part of the teams to come up with inclusive policies, right? So that is the biggest achievement that we achieved for women. And a lot of people have been talking about why women abstain from entering into public policy, but the scene is changing quite a lot because the gender equality, everyone is talking about gender equality, everyone is thinking about what exactly we have to do so that more women participate. Even state governments are becoming more innovative and more thinking about bringing women into policy making and women into spearheading the initiatives. I'll quote an example here, and even Shantala is here. In the last 10 years, the state has been formed, Telangana has been formed. I am here for past 8 years and have been seeing how the progressive government has come up with the policy making and also bringing women to lead the initiatives of the innovation ecosystem of Telangana. So when I was the CIO until 8 months ago, we had 10 organizations, including VHUB, Telangana State Innovation Cell, and our progressive leader, former IT Minister KTR sir, has enabled 50% of these organizations led by women. And we thought about what is needed for women and what is needed for the required stakeholders of our organizations. So that is very progressive thought, having a very an inclusive, a leadership culture also within the state, so that the word is sent very strongly to the outside world that yes, women are part of our public policy. And unfortunately, Ramadevi ma'am is not here. Even she is heading one of our 10 organizations, Emerging Technologies Wing, which is again precisely focusing on policy making. So very recently, in fact, that's like a year ago, very recently, the government of Telangana launched the MSME policy. But at the same time, even MSME policy was led by a women director, and Vatsala Mishra. In fact, she works with government of Telangana. And I'm sure she thought about most of the women entrepreneurs, if you look at, they are leading these, MSMEs. I'm sure being a woman, she thought about what makes sense for women to, lead MSMEs and run MSMEs. Maybe being in manufacturing, precisely we get to see a lot of cottage industries coming, falling into the MSME sector. So I have a lot of, I'm bullish about, more women will be getting into public policy with, again, once the delimitation thing happens and once the reservation, the bill becomes concrete and we get to see more women becoming political leaders who could bring a big change in the political sector of the country and within the state, so that we become bellwethers and I would say role models for other countries to emulate us. Even being the chief, I was the Chief Innovation Officer of Telangana. I'm the first woman to be the CIO. I always used to think about how to place Telangana on the global map, how people can learn about the best policies that we are drafting. Could be the innovation policy that we drafted in 2015, or it could be the MSME policy that we released a few days ago, right? So it's all about thinking about inclusive leadership culture and ensuring our policies are we have two types of policies, one are gender specific, other ones are very general, but at the same time when we draft these policies also we have to think about how better they are catering to the the stakeholders. So we'll talk more, but I'm sure we'll get to hear more from other panelists also about this. And after the session, I just wanted to kind of pick on your brain also, being students, how exactly you are assessing this particular sector, because you are youngsters. Your thought process is very different from our thought process, and look forward for that too. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Sheikh?
So, it's working. Hi. So, hi there. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to speak about what I think of the role of women in public policy. Specifically, I am a health economist, a health policy academic researcher. So I'll focus a bit more on the role of women in health policy. And the first lesson I take away from this panel is that thanks for inviting a man to a session. on women in public policy, because I think we need to do it together. It's not just the women's job to do it. We men need to be on board in improving the participation of women in public policy. In the next 5 minutes or so, I will just outline why, to begin with, we need more women in health policy specifically, provide some stats and figures on what's happening at the global level in terms of female participation in the healthcare workforce. And also, since I work a bit on that topic, we'll share some insights from my own research on it. So why do we need more women in health policy? I think you pointed out already, half of the world's population is female, not just in India, but the world population, half of it is female. And it's a no-brainer that they must have greater representation in making policies that primarily affect women in health. According to the Pew Research Center, despite half of the world's population being female, less than 1/3 of the UN countries have ever had a female leader. It's mind-boggling how that can happen. So gender parity representation is clearly problematic at the global level. Women have a significantly higher burden of chronic diseases, especially in old age. Now, we know that women outlive men by a few years. They live longer, but they live with chronic diseases like arthritis and so on, which is debilitating. So not just in old age, but also in their early, younger ages, in reproductive years, they actually have a greater need for medical care. There are studies that have looked at how much money is health spending on women, and they find in India that women actually spend much less than men in terms of healthcare expenditure. So despite having a greater need, there's actually less money being spent on them. So there is a foregone medical care issue over here. They don't get the care that they need and they deserve. A recent report actually by the WHO said healthcare globally is delivered by women, but is led by men. Now, why did the report say that? It's simply because over 80% of the long-term care force, nurses, long-term care workers, informal work that is happening is provided by women globally. However, the representation of women in leadership roles in the healthcare sector is less than 25%. Globally, less than 31% of women leaders are represented in their health ministries. Even if you look at the UN, for example, or any global organizations, global health organizations, you will see that 80% of those boards are represented by men. Okay? So again, there is a leadership issue over here as well in terms of gender parity, not just in terms of the medical care need, but who designs these policies for women. And if you take the case of India, we've got about 30% or so female physicians in India. 80% of the nurses are women. Okay? Simply because the role of nurses is viewed as a traditionally role that women should actually take, and it's not for men. 100%, almost 100% of the ASHA workers are women in India. Men do not really take up those roles, which is why I said the participation of men in delivering care is also equally important. So besides the disproportionate medical need and the underrepresentation of women, if women do decide to join the healthcare sector, they face other hurdles. I'm not even going to go into the safety issue. We are all aware of the current news in India, but I will talk about the gender pay gap. So despite doing the same type of job, there's a pay gap of about 30 to 40% between men and women. I'm currently engaging in some research in India where we're collecting data on physicians, outpatient physicians, and what the payment is for physicians, outpatient fees. And we find that female physicians actually charge almost half of what male physicians charge, despite having the same level of experience, same degree that they have in the same specialty and so on. Even in a field like gynecology, which is predominantly women dominated, if a male gynecologist enters that field, we observe that the male gynecologist charges much more than women. So we need to ask, why is this self-imposed penalty in a way? That was my first question. Why is it that female physicians are charging less than male physicians? Because normally you observe discrimination by the employer. But this seems like a self-imposed penalty where women are charging less. But it's not actually self-imposed. It's quite rational if you think about it. If the society is such that it thinks that a male physician is more competent than a female physician, then the female physician has to lower the fees to attract more patients. Right? So it's not actually a self-imposed one. It's societal imposed penalty in a way. So again, there is a pay parity problem in the healthcare sector. It's not just in India. It's also a global problem. So we need to think about female participation in healthcare, not just in care delivery roles, not just as physicians, but actually as leaders of healthcare, as policymakers. And then you might ask, what is the evidence that female leaders make better policymakers or how do they actually affect healthcare? And I've done I'm currently engaging in some research on this as well, where we're looking at the impact of female leadership on cesarean section rates in India. And I'll come to that later during the discussion. But generally, what economists argue and find in different settings is that there is a preference difference between men and women. So for instance, male politicians or male leaders prefer investing in transport, in ICT infrastructure, in finance and so on. Female politicians, female leaders care more about education, care more about social services, care more about developing the public health infrastructure. So there's already a preference difference between male and female leaders and the policies that they prefer. There is general evidence that is out there that looks at the role of female leadership and how it impacts crime and domestic violence. In India, in fact, there is great work that has been published in some of the top econ journals where they find that female leadership at the local level reduces crime. It doesn't really reduce domestic violence, but it increases the reports of domestic violence. So at least reporting is increasing. Esther Duflo, in a very influential paper in Science, actually published quite a while ago, where they looked at the impact of female leadership in a small district in West Bengal. And they find that just having a female leader improves young girls' aspirations towards education and leadership positions. So indirectly, there is an effect on that. Directly, there are health effects. So Sonia Balotra in the UK works a lot on this topic, and she has published work where she finds that having a female leader at the local level actually reduces neonatal mortality by almost 1.5 percentage points, which is a big impact. The way that happens, the mechanisms are simply by investing more in public health infrastructure, simply by increasing antenatal care services, by improving nutritional supplements to pregnant women. They're very simple mechanisms, but they really drive mortality and women's health. In short, I would say women care about issues that affect women primarily and disproportionately, in fact. So unless they are representing their own causes and are given a seat at the decision-making table, the situation will not improve, the status quo will remain. And I will just end by saying the World Economic Forum actually released a report in 2022, which stated that at the current rate of progress, global gender parity will be achieved in 134 years. So we need to ask ourselves if we're willing to wait for 134 years for that to happen.
Thank you. So perhaps I can just draw on some of the themes which I think have emerged across the three presentations. One of them is that to address women's needs, the requirement is to bring women into those organizations, into places where policies are being made. So whether it is legislative bodies, whether it is other organizations. Then the question which I think was touched upon was which women are coming in, what are their experiences, what do they know? So the example that you gave, ma'am, of menstrual cups, what understanding do they have of women who are not like them? And how does that factor into policy making? And the third theme, which I think emerged very strongly, was that of leadership. The need for women in leadership positions, the challenges of women becoming leaders, women entering into leadership positions, and the challenges of making a difference once you're in a leadership position. I think these are some of the themes which emerged and which perhaps we could discuss further. And one other thing which I think would be useful for us to maybe talk about, since we have a lot of young people in this space, a lot of students are here, leadership. And a lot of people who are embarking on their careers, and you don't start your career in a leadership position, but it is, I think, somewhat, it is not, the word that comes to mind is misleading, but I'm not sure that's the correct word. But the tendency to think that you have to be in a leadership position to make a difference, and that it is only when you're somewhere, at the peak of your career and you can get people to do what you think they should be doing or something, that you can make a difference. How do we try and challenge that and think of the differences that we can make wherever we are? I think those are some points which perhaps we could address. Whoever would like to.
So, that's a very, very valid and very beautiful question. Thanks for that, Dr. Kajju. Yeah, none of the leaders that, I can't say none of them, but many of the leaders, good women leaders that you see today, haven't started at the top. They have had a journey, they have begun from somewhere, right? So I think, it all starts with first being aware of who you are and what your strengths are as well. I mean, in anything, particularly public policy, to also become very aware of your strengths in terms of what you can specialize in. Okay, so even if you are at the beginning of your career, work towards specializing towards one particular aspect that is very dear to you, because the more you equip yourself, the more chances are that when you speak, there will be people that will listen to you. Right? So always this constant, for the lack of a better word, upskilling is something that all of us, from the beginning of the career, which is very essential in all the fields, more so where you want your voice to be heard. Right, where it's your, I mean, again, being a communications person, I'll talk about communication, but there is this anecdote that I had heard about using your senior voice, right? That doesn't mean that you are disrespectful and you yell, but, being confident because you have done your research and you have, accumulated the knowledge to speak on that particular topic, but be confident of what you are speaking about. And many times what happens is, yes, you will be shot down. Please don't go with the assumption that just because you have done your homework, just because you're speaking the right thing, you will be listened to. That also doesn't happen. There is a lot of patience that is required. Even at this point in our careers as well, we see that it's not you get laughed at because you are bringing a different point of view to the room, and you will always sadly in India, your gender comes before what you're doing, right? For just the basic example is when you go for interviews, a boy will not be asked, what are your plans for marriage? When are you planning your next kid? Are you going to have a kid? No man will be asked these questions. But you, in your first job, will be asked, what are your plans for your marriage? Right? For your wedding and stuff like that. So we, unfortunately, till we are in that position where we change the narrative, but talking about it is very important. Having spaces where you can talk about it, having communities where you can talk about it is very important, because if we wait till I say I'll talk about it only when I reach the leadership position, then you're losing years and you are losing the opportunity to influence people like you and younger than you with the right kind of thoughts and right, right road towards where you want to lead India to. And one small tidbit for that I would give as policymakers, future policymakers to you, is that, if you talk about social empowerment and social equality, it is going to fall on deaf ears unless it is connected to economics. Unless it makes economic sense in India, there's going to be no amount of social drum beating that is going to lead to anything. Okay, even in terms of in the example that I gave you about the manufacturing sector, in Tamil Nadu there is constant research, and they have found that in precision engineering they prefer women to be there, and they are doing anything and everything they can to bring women to the workforce. So again, it's because the wastage and the rejections will be less, and the company will save money. And if the company saves money, if the companies grow, it affects the government also. So it's all a cycle. So concentrate on how your decision, when you pitch an idea, how it's going to affect economics.
Very well said. Leaders, yeah. Some are born as leaders, and some constantly hustle and question the status to become status quo to become leaders. It's regardless of men or women, for anyone to become leader, like you should understand like what is your calling for sure. what is your calling, what exactly you wanted to do, and the passion to have and the guts to question the status quo and pivot as needed. That is the key. And especially for women, it's a big challenge because we shy away and we exhibit low confidence whenever we enter into a sector where it is male dominant, right? So be aware of that. With all humbleness, I pivoted multiple times in my life, and that gave me a lot of confidence because I questioned the status. I voice my opinion. When I go to the table, I don't give a reservation to myself saying I'm a woman. No, that's the last thing that comes to my head. I wanted to kind of position what is there in my head, what is good, what works, what doesn't work. Okay. So I'm sure because you are in a very niche, public policy is a very niche sector. And for women like you, a lot of opportunity, will open up. Please ensure you are kind of bagging that opportunity because, most of the time we have to kind of go behind these opportunities, but sometimes at the right time, like there are so many good opportunities that come to us. Just you have to realize like how to kind of encash it. So for all of you guys, you have umpteen number of opportunities and resources. When we graduated for engineers, like we didn't had those many number of opportunities. It was herd mentality that like we have to go to US for for advanced degrees. So now when we came back, and it's a blessing that we could see in India, for all of you guys, there are so many resources, so many opportunities. And even when we are working on, for all the oldies who are working on these policies to bring gender parity, and for ensuring that next set of generation is taken very well, taken care very well, and things will become really smooth for you guys to enter into any sector that you feel like, and that you feel like that is my calling, right? There are good number of resources available, opportunities available, and because this generation is like fast moving. You wanted to try something, you wanted to fail fast, and you wanted to pivot and get into something else, which is also good. But again, you think what is good for you and where exactly you wanted to go, and for sure like you will become leaders, for sure you will become subject matter experts. So with my own experience, like I tried, and luckily I learned the best practices from various sectors, and started as an engineer and ended up as an innovation, into innovation, and now I'm getting into more into legislative policy. It's that appetite I have. I just wanted to learn continuous.
Oh, I think you're right. So not everybody is born a leader, and not everybody starts out in a leadership position. And not everybody should have to or should do that, because you need the requisite experience sometimes. You need the right kind of education. Learn through years of experience to become a leader. Everyone knows what happens when we've got uneducated, inexperienced politicians making policy decisions for us. So not everybody has to start out as a leader. But having said that, despite having those years of experience, the skills, unfortunately, women are still discriminated in the labor market, and in those, to get to those leadership positions, there are social barriers, there are structural barriers that are designed in a way to prevent women from being in those positions. So, but there are biological differences, the example of, marrying and having a child. Then it's up to the policymaker to ensure that women get adequate maternity leave, paid maternity leave, for instance, which is quite common in EU countries. Most women get at least 2 years of leave after having a child, and they're able to go back to the same job that they had before. And they can start out at the same level that they started and then move up the ladder. It's up to the employer then to figure out how to promote women into these leadership positions. It's a subject of policy in that case. So all well, you have the skills, you have the opportunities. I fully agree with that. But we can't abstract from the reality that there are also barriers out there that will prevent women. Social barriers, for example, when you were speaking, I realized often what we say is when a woman is assertive, she's aggressive. But when a man is assertive, he's confident. these are these subtle discriminatory practices out there in society which need to be challenged and that need to be changed. And there's a movement right now that is going on in the EU, especially in Germany, how to make sure that women are actually, getting to those leadership positions. And just informally in our circles, we talk about it's time for the old white man to move out, leave that position, make way for someone else. And I think in this context over here, it's time for the uneducated fat politician to move out and give way to more women leaders.
Thank you. We'll open for questions now. Yes. Yeah, at the back. Can you please introduce yourself? Then.
Myself Abhijit, I'm from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. One is like Shanta pondered upon state and national MLAs and MPs. So after 74th and 73rd Amendment in 19, it has resulted, the amendment provided 1/3 reservation for women. It had created, according to PIB data, 1.4 million local level representatives, 46% of the total local level representation. But why they are not naturally transferred, the same proportion at state level and national level? What are the issues they are facing, why they are not able to represent themselves at state and national level?
So you rightly said 1993, 73 and 74th Amendment is kind of pointing to that 33% of representation should be women in municipalities and panchayats, right? But again, there is no policy at the higher level, right? Always, like as I said, the master policy is missing. Again, it passed last year. Until unless you see a particular constituency has as a reservation, or for a woman or for an SC, ST or OBC, then things are not taken seriously, right? For municipalities or councillors or ZPTCs, women, because of the reservation, women are being given that opportunity. But at MLAs and MPs, we don't have that kind of a measuring stick, or there is no a bar set so that all the legislative bodies should comply to it, right? Until unless there is this master policy in place, then we will not hit that number for sure. Even still, with the new bill which is passed a year ago, it's only 33%. It's not 50%, right? So for that 33 also, there is some apprehension. Again, that bill will definitely, garner some positive impact on women empowerment, but there are again some kind of apprehensions, maybe women will be just positioned as dummy MLAs and MPs. Still men will be driving. So again, we have to be a little bit careful also, whenever we are pushing to meet those numbers. Women naturally should create a leader out of themselves and run, in a kind of lead some initiatives even at the policy level. In fact, our MLC, Kavita ma'am, she kind of advocated for the women reservation bill. So other women should kind of stay in the forefront and say, yes, we wanted to kind of have more women representatives in the legislative bodies. Then only things will happen for sure. But still, that's a long way to go, for sure. I'm pretty positive, the way India is kind of aiming and India is becoming a role model for the other countries. It's not too far away. I'm sure we'll see more women, in public policy and also in these legislative bodies.
Just quickly tap onto that. I think one of the reasons for that is also continuity and the preferences of the electorate. The reason the policy is in place is, to sort of make sure that a woman leader is there, because the electorate may prefer to have a man in as a leader of the Gram Panchayat. And if the Gram Panchayat leader, Sarpanch is, or the Pradhan is what they call this woman, right? The leader. And if this person finishes the tenure, then the reservation policy is not happening again over there, right? So there's no continuity in the sense of having another woman leader in place of this woman leader. And also informally, and there's some evidence on this which shows that despite having a female leader as the head of the Gram Panchayat, does this leader really have the power to make decisions and change things? And often it's the husband of the woman, for example, that's going to make those decisions as well. So that already again creates social barriers for this woman to progress.
Hi everyone, I'm Vaishnavi. I'm also from TISS. I have two questions. The first one is, when we are talking about which women need to be in the room, I want to talk about the intersectional identities of women. So I think at one of the talks, Tashi, who's the head of QT Center, they were talking about how who is inclusive of whom is also a power dynamic. Borrowing from that, I would like to ask what kind of special accommodations need to be made to make sure that women from multiple layers of marginalities are present in the room, because it cannot just happen naturally. We need to strive to make certain accommodations to make that happen. That is my first question. And coming to my second question, it is for Dr. Sheikh. The construction of body of knowledge around health, is it gendered, is my question. And the follow-up question to that is, if it is gendered, then how do we at an epistemological level ensure that it is not gendered, or gendered nature of it does not affect the policy making?
Anybody who'd like to address the first part? I think.
Yeah, the very example that I gave you about how the policy for menstrual cups was introduced, right? It is very important. That's why I said you have to know which woman are you putting, or, for that matter, even now, when I'm talking about a woman, I'm talking about anyone who identifies as a woman, right? So when you are, I can't, being an ally, I can't claim to know everything that a queer person goes through and what kind of barriers they face every day, right? My experiences will only be secondhand. So it is important. It will take a lot more work from the people in power to find people who would be relevant to that conversation, but that we have no other way than to put in that effort and bring those people in the room. All that they needed to do in this menstrual cup scenario was get someone from the panchayat. I wonder if it if it even needed to be a woman. It could have been a man, a leader from the panchayat, to sit at the table, and they would have been able to have a better idea at what happens at the ground level, right? So it will take more work. You might have to change the language that you are conversing in. What is the language you are using for the discourse? And are you? And one very, very important thing when you are opening up the forum for an inclusive conversation is to get rid of jargons. The more jargons you include in your vocabulary, it's going to exclude people no matter how interested, how passionate they are about your situation. It's like, okay, this is not a conversation for me. So it's very important to use an inclusive language, not only in terms of pronouns. Okay? Get rid of the jargons that we so proudly carry with us and make it, your 2-hour meeting might become a 4-hour meeting with translators, but it will be needed. When it is needed, it has to be done that way.
To answer the second question that you asked me, you're 100% right. The scholarly body that we have, the evidence that we have, is gendered. It is gendered for 2 reasons, I think. One is the scholarly publication process itself. It takes forever to publish anything in economics, for example. And that process penalizes women disproportionately. So they are underrepresented. Especially women from the global south, as they call it, are disproportionately penalized in that process. The other reason is I teach a course on the gendered nature of health policies. And when I was preparing this course, I realized that a lot of the talk in the health economic literature is about gender, but we're always talking about biological sex differences. So it's important to distinguish biological sex from gender. And I think that doesn't really happen in the scholarly body at the moment. So that leads to that discrimination and the gendered nature of it as well. I think those two are, in my opinion, the most important reasons why there is this gendered nature of health policies and the academic evidence that is available.
I am Yamini. I am also from TIS. And my question is, how do you see the role of patriarchal bargain that is practiced in Indian household in restricting women's participation in leadership roles? And being in public policy, what solution do you provide for this?
So there's just one more question from behind you. Yeah. If you can just, we'll take those together, I think, just in the interest of time.
Hi, my name is Abhiruchi. I'm with Christ University. Bangalore. Question is to with the last the term gender terminology. Was a conversation about how these terminology avoided larger sex and gender debate about choose gender identity, very liberal for people with we have not very on that so far. So first question is about maternity leave, a progressive maternity leave policies in EU, for example, and why women deserve that time period for resting, recuperation, and so on. The same kind of logic is not, however, applied to something like the period leave policy, where the larger reaction to that is that it is going to directly impact the female workforce participation, and it is going to have a debilitating effect on that. So on one hand, we are able to accept and acknowledge something which the West is introducing as progressive and see that as an empowering move for women. But on the other hand, when it comes to doing something empowering on our own, and because of a discourse that is there in our own society, we find it to have a debilitating impact on the industry. So I would just want you to respond to that. Thank you.
Yeah. So both the questions, I think, whoever would like to address.
Answer the first one, which was about the patriarchal bargaining and the role of women and restricting them to participate. Again, that's associated with the traditional gender norms that we have in society. Who's supposed to do the household work, who's supposed to take care of the children, who's supposed to go to the market and buy groceries. And I think to the extent we see that all these things are supposed to be taken care of by the women, then of course they're not going to have the time to go into leadership positions and do the other things that they have. There's a big debate going on Twitter right now. I don't know if you're following that or not. Someone posted that we need to worry about the climate and we need to get rid of washing machines. So what do you expect then? To women sit and keep washing their the whole household's clothes? The invention of the washing machine itself was a big boon, to making sure that women participate in society. So I think it's to do with gender norms, and we need to sort of make sure that slowly and steadily, or even as fast as we can, get rid of those norms. The second question that you asked was about the period policy. So I have worked in maternity leave policy, so I can talk a lot about that. I haven't worked on period policy so far, but now that you ask me that question, I will take that up and I will think about how we can make sure that something like that is implemented. You're right, in the West there is nothing like a period policy as far as I am aware. And yeah, I can't answer at the moment on what could be a good policy to make sure that women are not penalized if they take their days off because of menstrual reasons. But it is a valid, it is an absolutely valid question, and I think that's something that again, academic scholars need to think about, people that design policies need to think about as well. So thank you for asking.
Come to you.
Regarding the period policy, I heard about this a couple of years ago in India, like people are talking about it, but as of now, there is no, policy in place. But again, as you said, in a month, like if a woman is gone for like almost like 3-4 days, and then on top, like you have weekends, then again, there is a big concern on catching up with the work, and especially, the aspirants who wants to become leaders, and the presence matters. So that's a good thing. And Yamini's question on, the social fabric is changing for sure. And especially in your generation, things are changing quite a bit. And I'm happy to see that kind of change, even with this initiative of Beti Padhao and Beti Bachao, that's a good initiative which is working at the grassroots level, right? That's where the mindset is shifting. We need to come up with more such kind of initiatives where the bias is kind of got ridden at those initial stages itself, and then the lens of like looking at girl child and guy child will be gone, and all these biases will be taken care at the grassroots level itself is what I'm anticipating. And I'm sure like India is a very progressive country and will definitely address all those questions very soon.
Yamini, just to add to what you were saying, the entrenched patriarchy in our system, right? So there was this fairly progressive corporate company which came out with a very fairly progressive policy where they provided creche facilities to babies as young as 6 months old, from 6 months to 1.5 months old, for the female employees. Sounds very progressive and very nice, right? But what are you doing when you say that? That it's the woman's job to take care of the child. If the woman is not working, not your employee, but the husband is your employee, why can't you empower the husband to be the primary caregiver? When there are breast pumps, and your female employee also is doing the same thing, formula milk, breast pumps, and you are a call away. When you say you are doing this for women, on the face of it, it looks like a very progressive policy, okay? But you have to see what is the entrenched patriarchy behind even that policy, which seems progressive. So that's where all you bright minds come into picture to show, the other side of the coin.
I'll just add a point here when she mentioned about this. I was kind of going through the new policies, being adopted in all the states, 5 to 6 states across India. The free bus system, okay, it's been applauded by many women, but there are some women who is not so happy with it, because they say like, we are at one end, we are talking about equality and like we wanted to on par with men, but why do we need a reservation and why do we need a discount on the bus fare? Like, yeah, that's a good question, right? So it's all in the mindset, I guess.
I think in all matters of gender, we are always left with a lot to think about, both at the personal and the professional front. So I'll thank our panelists for joining us today and for this really stimulating discussion. Thank you so much. And thank you to our audience also. Thank you.
As we come to the end of this insightful panel discussion, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to each of our panelists and our moderator for these valuable thoughts and contributions. Now, I would like to request our General Manager, Ms. Shivangi Sharma, to present our speakers with a small token of respect and gratitude. Ms. Santhala Vegas.
Increasingly vital topic in today's global business and policy landscape. It's a privilege to have with us such a distinguished set of professionals who bring with them expertise, experience, and their knowledge to this conversation. Let me first start by introducing our esteemed panelists. We have our first panelist, Mr. Abhishek Sharma, Deputy Vice President of Research at Sambodhi Research. With over a decade of experience, Mr. Sharma has worked extensively on mandates across agriculture, renewable energy, climate change, public health, education, with a cross-cutting focus on gender, resilience, and governance. He leads a dynamic team producing high-quality data-driven solutions to address global challenges. Mr. Sharma is passionate about building data capacities across social impact space and also has led a capacity building program in several countries. He collaborates closely with policymakers, governments, and academia to revolutionize how data is used for decision making. Next, we have Mr. Alok Verma, Head of Corporate Strategy and ESG at Ashok Leyland, where he leads key initiatives in sustainability, growth, and partnerships. Mr. Verma is responsible for driving the company's strategy towards achieving its net zero and carbon neutrality goals. With a mechanical engineering degree from IIT Delhi and an MBA from IIM Bangalore, he has extensive experience across auto, industrial, and technology sectors. Mr. Verma has worked globally in India, USA, Europe, and APAC, and has a strong record in corporate strategy, mergers and acquisitions, innovation, and performance improvement. He actively contributes to industry forums such as the SIAM, CII, and FICCI, advocating for ESG and sustainability in the industrial sector. Prior to his stint at Ashok Leyland, he has held leadership roles as a strategy and operations leader at PwC Strategy and as well as Grant Thornton. Our third panelist is Sri A.S. Pardasarathi, a seasoned corporate governance expert with nearly 4 decades of experience spanning finance, law, risk management, and business strategy. He is a fellow of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, holds an MBA and a law degree. Mr. Pardasarathi previously served as the Executive Director and Company Secretary at NMDC Limited, where he played a key role in establishing corporate governance standards. He has worked extensively with leading administrators, academicians, professionals, including Field Marshal Manik Shaw, who chaired one of his boards that he was part of. Mr. Pardasarathi also has international experience working with listed mining companies in India, Mozambique, and South Africa. Finally, moderating today's session is Dr. Sach Rai, our assistant professor here at Kautilya School of Public Policy. He specializes in North Atlantic economic history for policy pedagogy and analysis. He remains affiliated with the United Nations University with a PhD from the Maastricht University. I hope I pronounced that right, Doctor. Preceded by an MSc in environmental policy, an MBA, a BTech in chemical engineering. He has served as policy analyst for the Ministry of Environment in New Delhi, working with a former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Since then, he has given talks on disparate issues of policy across 4 continents, and besides his MBA and undergrad students from across 70 countries, he has taught a public policy program attended by IAS officers in the Indian School of Business in Hyderabad as well as Mohali. He writes the Substack newsletter called Elite's Scotoma, which is a critique of global journalism with a wonkish Indian perspective. With such a wealth of experience in the room, please join me in welcoming our panelists today. Without further ado, I'd like to hand it over to our moderator, Dr. Sach Rai, to take it from here. Dr. Rai, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Prateek. Well, on our panel today, we have experience from a public sector enterprise, a private industry, and a consultancy. So we expect this to be a good conversation. But to the contrary, I confess to not having been in this field for the last 10 years, over a decade, in fact. But we'll put my ignorance to good use. What I'll do is use my curiosity about what's been happening in the last 10 years to come up with prompts for the question. And sirs, we would like to have a free-flowing conversation rather than 3 speeches in a sequence, as free-flowing, and please feel free to direct the conversation wherever you like. I'll try to bring it across 3 themes in the first 45 minutes. And the only thing we want to achieve is the last 15 minutes we leave for discussion. The 3 themes we don't have to touch. Let's just keep the flow of the conversation going. And the 3 themes that I'll try to touch upon are growth, inequality, and the global scale or trade in that sequence. So the last theme, whether or not we reaches, we'll wait and watch. So the prompt for first theme, as I said, there are things that I'm curious about because I've not been in this. When we speak of growth, there's a fundamental tension. Here is a country that grows very rapidly, and we want it to grow rapidly for a number of reasons we all know. But there's a fundamental tension between improving the quality of life, raising your GDP, improving your quality of life, in the sense of, say, a middle class family being able to buy more toys for children or better quality of toys for their children and so on as incomes grow. But on the other hand, we want to reduce emissions so that the same children have better quality clean air to breathe, right, as they go to their school in whichever city, one of our polluted cities in this country. So there's a tension between achieving growth and aspirations while keeping our environment and that quality of balancing two different definitions of better quality. So I'm curious about where we have been and what trajectory the country is on, what your thoughts are on that. But again, themes are flexible, so please just free to take it at any scale that you wish to talk about, whether it's at the country scale or personal experience and so on. Why don't we start with you, sir?
Happy to be back. Such an august audience, such a nice infra, I think. But again, coming to your theme, is growth is a very critical thing for our country. We are at a takeoff point. Right? What's our current GDP per capita? Anyone? $2,400 per capita. So I think this is roughly, if you really look at the Chinese economy and stuff like that, this is roughly the takeoff point that happened for them. And I think it should not be any different for us. Obviously, there are overall geopolitical things that are different. People are becoming much more protectionist in nature and stuff like that. So I think we'll have to just address that. But having said that, there are also both winds and tailwinds from it. So I think it's a very important question in terms of, do we compromise our growth if we go for, let's say, for sustainability-led thinking and stuff. But if I put it the other way, we are at $3.5 trillion. 10, 15 years, what's our aspiration? Would be $10 trillion. 3x of our current GDP. That means 2/3 of the growth is still on the table. Right? So if this 2/3 of the growth comes in a sustainable way, then India's overall journey is much simpler than the Western countries which have existing infra which will need to really, here you're building power plants, you're building infrastructure or to manage this 2/3 of the growth. I think that is a positive. That's one thing I would like to hear. The other thing is there are other elements in terms of this journey, right? Talked about pollution. We want it to be a journey wherein I think we actually have all these attendant challenges that other countries. So I think it's, in my mind, in some sense, it's a win-win. But I think I'm not trying to. Gravitas is there, and that comes in from our commitment as a nation. So what have we committed as a net zero for India? We have committed, which is the year we have committed? Anyone? 2070, right? But if you see, what are the PSUs committing? Any idea? What are the public sector units? What are they committing in terms of their targets? None of them have gone beyond 2050, right? The government has taken a view which is because a lot of things are unfolding. So it's a lot of unknowns in this situation right now. Government has taken the fact that, okay, all right, our developmental journey is important. Take a 2070 target, but there are so many unknowns. When we have committed, and Ashok Leyland has committed as 2048, when I did that, it was more in terms of overall perspective. And also we are now on the journey of really making sure how do we get there. It's going to be a journey for the country, it will be a journey for the industry, it will be a journey for, so again, yes, what is the intent is going to achieve it as soon as possible in a very cost-effective way, because we don't have the resources of a US or a Europe, where I think IRA's Inflation Reduction Act can give you so many trillions of dollars. They can print money and they can get used, and then inflation comes across the globe. For us, we have to be very, very clear in terms of how our journey is going to be. Our journey overall is going to cost us $9 to $10 trillion to get to net zero. Do we have $10 trillion? Maybe not. But can we be smart about it? Yeah, absolutely, yes. So I think that's, to my mind, I think that's setting the stage, and I think over to others.
So, Zach, thank you so much for asking that question right away. I think this is a very pertinent question for which I think most of us know the answer already, or something that I would be alluding to. See, there's always going to be a struggle between the amount of resources that we milk from nature and how much do we give it back to the nature. So if there is a balance between the two, obviously we wouldn't be sitting here attending this session today. There is a mismatch between the two. As my co-panelist was just talking about, we are moving from a 3 trillion economy to a 10 trillion economy. And it's good that we are talking about what are the different kinds of tools that we should be looking into. ESG is just like one of the tools which I believe could help achieve a more sustainable development, because GDP cannot be the only metric for development for any nation. It should not. Rather, I mean, it's unfortunate if that is the case. But we are moving in the right direction. Now we also need to understand, and I'm also alluding to another set of questions that might provoke the next set of discussion, and I'm taking the liberty to do so. Thank you. Is that how do we position this ESG reporting across the different stakeholders? So maybe a larger organization can definitely afford to look into different kinds of ESG parameters, come up with reports. Some of them might use it for compliance sake only. Some of it might actually embed this in their thinking process. But what about the startups? What about the not so large organizations? How do they survive and thrive in this competitive environment and contribute to the overall GDP of the country? I'm joined by two very experienced panelists, and I would really want to hear their thoughts as well on this.
So firstly, I thank my co-panelists, Dr. Professor Sach and Kautilya, for having given me an opportunity. Actually, I moved from a public sector to a public policy institute. I'm very proud that. So I would only like to ask a few questions before we start off on a fruitful discussion this evening. So how many of you are aware of what is governance? What does a government do? Yes, please. Let's be more interactive rather than we speaking on the.
A few more people.
A few more mics, please.
So corporate governance, and
I'm talking just governance.
Governance is in a body or an institution. Yes. That how the leaders and the management or administration of that body governs the lower part and all.
So India is the largest government, democratic government. So parliamentary governance is what we follow. So if India wants to net zero emission by the G20 summit, where we have committed $100 billion for the world climate change. So what is the framework that the private and the public sector should move is what is the target that has been fixed by the government in the ESG. As part of as being a chief compliance officer and having experience even I hold a UK degree also, where I have visited UK also and Singapore also and Australia also I have subsidiaries. So I've seen how fast they are moving to the net zero emissions. All of you are aware of what is net zero. I don't have to define it. It's a buzzword now in the market. So as far as Alok was telling that they have targeted Ashok Leyland, they have targeted 2048, whereas NMDC being a largest mining company, we targeted only 2030 for net zero emissions. So in this, I would also like you to know what is value chain also, how you are going to. So this is a very big word which is used in the ESG ratings. So as far as governance and compliance part, I'll be able to tell you how the government is also trying to monitor from the Ministry of Environment and also from the regulatory affairs. You know, the Securities and Exchange Board of India is the largest organization which controls the capital markets of this country. We have almost 77 lakh companies almost which are and listing every week and going on listing. So they have also come up with something known as Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report. Most of you, I think that you should brush up your knowledge in that direction, because you will be the future leaders who will take this into sustainability and bring in an environment of change in the climate and also in the public and the people. So they are all governed systematically by the SEBI, which has to report there are 9 principles basically in those principles. So I want you to read through those 9 principles and also understand how these 9 principles are going to affect the corporates, both private and public sector. And they have targeted the reporting of the BRSR for the first 1,000 companies in the first initial phase. These are all there in every annual report, which is now available on all the balance, including mine also, on the net of these companies. I want you to go through, because it will all help you on the ESG ratings and how you do because it is a large topic. Maybe 1 hour is very small of a discussion. It can take days, and also to discuss even a day also is not sufficient, because ESG is such an important topic which most of us bring into this table and this august audience. So I would just delve upon this, and we'll come back again to this discussion once again, because I want you to get through with your BRSR thing. What is BRSR? And over to the...
Can I add to the conversation? I think Abhishek talked about that GDP is not the only measure, which is actually very right. Which other measures which are much more holistic, which are talked about? Anybody from the audience? Anyone? You heard about HDI? So HDI is a very interesting measure. It's a composite measure of multiple things. And who are the creators of this measure? Anyone? I think two individuals, Amartya Sen and Pakistan, Mr. Haq. Both these guys put together this. So I found that interesting. And HDI, if you look at it, I think India probably will be around 134 or something, thereabouts. So it's important for us to really progress on that front. And the journey, one is the GDP journey. The other is, I think, these elements which actually come in handy. So it has to be a composite measure. It has to be, I think, on multiple parameters that we should be looking at from a journey standpoint. So I think that was the limit.
Also, the other point is I just wanted to touch upon was whether we should take ESG ratings as more of a compliance measure, or should we actually integrate this into the thinking of the organization? Because I think the latter makes a lot more sense. If any of you, probably all of us, would have gone into some sort of an internship so far, would have had experiences of working with organizations, if you would also want to share your experiences of whether it is integrated into the organization's thinking or not, or maybe certain best practices, maybe some organizations are able to do that as well.
Abhishek, you always give me a reason to come back. I think a few in the audience I know have read our competitive, our sustainability report. So I had both corporate strategy and ESG for Ashok Leyland, and I think the two actually come together. Our sustainability report is headed as, the title is From Compliance to Competitiveness. And it's very, very important. I have tried to see whether I think I should change the theme every year, but I have not actually. There's still, I think, again, so I am it's a creator of this theme 2 years back. But what I found is the world is also moving in that direction. So while I think there is pressure towards in terms of seeing whether sustainability is required, whether it compromises growth, it is happening both at a country and an individual industry level as well as company level. So that the tension is there. But what we are finding is the initial journey is an ROI positive journey. Wherever you are, let's say, if I were to take the steel industry, where I think we have a good component in our vehicles, commercial vehicles coming in from the steel industry. You look at the MAC curve, and anybody aware of the MAC curves? Okay, it's basically a cost curve, a marginal cost curves for the steel industry. And what it tells you is what is the overall emission ton CO2 per ton of steel produced, right? So the global average is 1.91 is the number. India is at 2.5. That means we are less efficient. We actually produce more ton CO2 per ton of steel produced. That means the journey of 2.5 to 1.91 should be a given one. We should actually improve this with the ROI positive element anyways. So I think the journey is not all just one. So that is one element of the fact that even with growth, we should be able to become much more efficient with the lens on these elements, right?
This is actually what I was getting to. Are we on track? What track are we on to be able to decouple the two things? The growth from emission intensities. Emission intensities going down. What initiatives are there to decouple the two things?
Absolutely. So I think that's where I think our focus is also. I think so. JSW are one of the biggest steel producers and suppliers to us. They have stated out in the public domain 42% reduction in GHG by 2030. Okay, so that's they have stated. Now my question to them will be, and to Prabodha as well, and others will be in terms of, is it going to be all steels? Is it going to be the steel that we use? So I think so that is something that we are on in terms of the journey. But this is going to be there. And what are the levers that they're using? They're using, if they move from the normal coke based blast furnace to, let's say, an electric arc furnace, if they use scrappage, so it actually brings down not from 2.5 to 0.6. So I think these are the elements to really, but you can't use scrap to a great extent because scrap also becomes limited in terms from an economy standpoint. But there are ways, and I think part of the journey, and I think the second point is the journey has to be, it will be a very innovative journey. Those solutions which are, let's say, not ROI positive right now, will become ROI positive with the intent of the industry, with let's say some R&D that is happening across. So to give you an example, hydrogen right now would be around $4 per kg kind of a price point. Reliance has given a number out there. Anybody on the Reliance number, how much do they say that they will try to target hydrogen on a per kg basis? $1, right? That means you can actually make a hydrogen will become viable at that per price point. That means that hydrogen can be used in blast furnaces and other elements also. So it reduces your overall intensity and improves your. So I think these are the things that will make a difference in terms of newer technologies, newer ideas coming into play. I think that's going to be the game changer.
One thing I wanted to pick up from what Mr. Parth Sarthi was saying earlier, and I think the other two of you also touched upon it. And I want to bring it back to what Mr. Verma and I was just as we were entering here, which is that one problem with ESG reporting might be that it's often not targeted towards achievement of set levels of indicators. It doesn't work exactly the way policy usually works within the government, or say at least in the Communist Party of China, the way policy works, at least in that one country. And I said to that maybe it's the other way around. It's usually the budget is set first and it flows from that. Do you have comments on that?
So I would start from where Alok has just now mentioned on the steel plant. So the steel is manufactured from the iron ore. There are other inputs which go into the iron ore. So iron ore is abundantly available in this large country, thanks to the gods who have been kind enough to produce huge deposits of iron ore lying all over the country, which will last another 200 to 300 years also. How we take out the iron ore? Then we have emissions. Obviously, we have emissions. We are destroying the environment. We are talking of environment. How we are going to protect the environment? So the government has also come up with the MMDR Act. So I want you people to actually get into where MMDR is. So, and how the mine closure. If I open a mine, I destroy all the plants, the plant coverage. If I don't destroy, I can't get iron ore. If I don't get iron ore, I cannot sit in this iron chair. So there is no steel manufacturing. And the European Union also has come up with the emissions CBAM, which is going to kick in very shortly. So they will look at the net zero and there won't be any pickup until we achieve the ESG ratings. And ESG core is also done. And also ESG audit is also done. So I'm trying to delve upon many topics in this thing. So I want, this would also be a very big topic in the future. Because if you see the emissions, if supposing I'm using a drilling machine in my mine, so what is my current output? That is what is the BRSR now talks about. I may be talking more about regulatory because I'm a regulatory man. So how much is it now emitting and how much I can reduce? That is what is the reporting about. It is a sustainability report which focuses on various parameters and there are benchmarks set. You need to beat the benchmarks and you need to reduce your emissions. That is the whole idea of the change in the climate that the government and the regulators are looking at.
Sorry, just taking a cue from that conversation. So are there also certain different benchmarks for different sectors?
There's a definition in the BRSR core also. There is also a format which is specifically designed to each of the industries also. If supposing the end use of taking further on that, if diesel is used, there are some oils which are already there in our cars also, which are all drained by this thing. I'll tell you a right example. Engine oil is there. You drain out an engine oil from your vehicle, which you have come all the way from the city to this far after a certain period. How he disposes of the engine oil is also an emission, is also a ESG. And he should be registered and he should be knowing how to dispose it of in a right way, which does not dismantle and destroy the environment. That is the idea of the government and the regulators. But how well we are going to achieve is what lies in all of us who are here, who are all intellectuals, because we are all learned people. And this is where the whole set of things where our colleagues here also in Ashok Leyland, where they manufacture this thing, and my colleague here also, and also a professor also would like to actually drive this into this. That's why he brought out this important topic on the ESG.
I think we take a ecosystem perspective and everybody does that. So on the engine oil recycling, we have an initiative underway wherein I think this can, at the dealer's end, can be taken and processed. So we've actually talked to the likes of SKF, our own company, Gulf Oil, trying to see how one can do it. For automotive oils becomes difficult, but for maintenance oils, for shop floor, I think it might be easier. In terms of the characteristics can actually be added. So I think that's on one side. And one, I think I just want to put the record straight. We are also going net zero for operations by 2030. So Ashok Leyland also has an interim target of net zero for operations by 2030. Net zero 2048 is including scope 3. So I hope your scope 3 is included in 2030, but I don't know. I think anybody with going for a 2030 target. So I think that's just on the lighter side. But I think one thing is the government doesn't have the money, I said, the way the US government has. So just picking on the hydrogen point, the US government is subsidizing the hydrogen production to the tune of $3 per kg, right? So it will become viable day one. But I think the negative pity is that it will not spur innovation, right? If you're getting a subsidy of $3 and you're bringing it down to $1, it becomes viable. So the innovative solutions will come from India. So I think we are already in discussion with someone who, because hydrogen is a unique thing. If you, it does not require too much of scale from getting the economies of scale. So what that does is you can actually have maybe a decentralized production system, which also can act as network points. So I think that's the benefit, and I think that's the kind of innovation that is happening. And on hydrogen, I think India is really moving faster than probably Europe for sure, but we'll see in terms of whether US or others.
You just met our alumni a moment ago, and they gave us a great presentation this morning, where they were describing how their firm has innovated with the standards for electric vehicle charging stations, and these standards are under process of being adopted as a global standard. Can I nudge us a little bit towards the topic of inequality, which is, let's say, the overlap between the E and S in ESG? So preparing for some of my courses currently, I've seen that the incidence of environmental harm is distributed unequally in every part of the world, and so much in India as well. I was discussing pollution earlier. So just as an example, the world's most polluted city, New Delhi, a lot of vehicular pollution is emitted by somebody who's sitting in a car with an air purifier and is borne by people who are either not using vehicles that emit a lot or are, you know, almost the opposite. They are, say, auto rickshaw drivers who the government has, through policy, converted them to CNG, which is a less polluting alternative. So it's a imbalance in who creates the pollution and who bears the brunt of it. What's happening in this space?
So let me take it over. Again, it comes to mining. So you know what an EV battery is? Battery which comes from lithium. Lithium is is in the periodic table, which is to be mined, taken out, and battery has to be manufactured. So how much we are going to reduce in getting the lithium batteries into our cars is what stops. So how well we are able to address this issue, now the government and also the regulators once again have come on all this board, and they want people to actually mine lithium in such a way which is economic friendly, environment friendly, and doesn't harm the social impact. So if Tesla is manufacturing a car, if the cost is more than the batteries what they are manufacturing and all, it's not viable. So they are trying to look out at a viable this thing. So the government is giving a lot of incentives on the ESG also, on this mining of the lithium also. There have been identified deposits in some of the places in this large country like Jammu, there has been a discussion. In Jharkhand, there has been lithium deposits. When these come out, maybe this social inequalities, whatever we say that if somebody is sitting in an AC car and giving emissions out of a diesel engine which is not serviced in Delhi, and where Delhi gives a alternate day numbers for cars to ply on the roads and asking them to use public transport, this also is an environmental damage. And how we are going to address this is what is a very serious issue with all these literates once again with this. This is a question which needs to be posed to individually how much I am able to do it on this platform and at a later stage.
Mr. Verma? Yeah, honestly, I feel that no policy can drive this equitable distribution of resources. It's just the way that the society maybe functions or the economy functions. I have more of a pessimistic view on this. I think even with the availability of more lithium resources, it's again going to be distributed to people who can afford it more as compared to people who can't afford it, and there'll always be a sort of an inequity between the distribution of resources. Having said this, what I also would like everyone to think about is that there's a lot of when we talk about lithium ion batteries, so at the end of the day, it will dry up someday, and obviously it will be decomposed. So it basically, we are talking about hazardous electronic waste again being manufactured, which cannot be used further, or unless we come up with ways to recycle this further. So how does it also get integrated into the ESG parameters and moves us towards a sustainable future is something that again we'll also have to think about. One of the common arguments against battery-driven solutions was that a lot of these batteries are getting charged by power solutions which are generated from thermal power stations. In the name of clean energy, obviously we promote battery-backed power, but in a way we are promoting again the traditional sources of energy which are emanating from coal and the other kinds of things which obviously will get depleted soon. That is again one point that we can all think about. Possible ways again is to look into more renewable sources of energy and how we can actually use them better or harness them better, so that without the use of lithium ion batteries, or maybe increasing the longevity of these kinds of batteries, we can use them for a longer period of time, again moving into the direction of sustainability.
So what the frameworks have done is they have taken a complete view of the life cycle. So when you mine lithium, when you make batteries, when you all the way to disposal, they will say, okay, whether your technology is adding to the carbon or whether it's actually depleting carbon. Basis that, let's say, whether you will get carbon credits, whether so I think those incentivization are not taking in just a very, very piecemeal view. So that's point number one. So whenever anybody is investing, they will look at a complete view. So if, let's say, if my electric buses are not running on, let's say, on renewable energy, which I think in most STUs, they have taken this electric vehicles, but the power of who actually is responsible for the power is the STUs. And they are right now, or they have not put in the infra as far as the electric, the renewable energy is concerned. We are pushing them as operators, as ecosystem players, and I think it will. So my sense is this is more of a transition piece. It will come into play. So I think the piece of the puzzle will not be complete on day one. It also happened on other initiatives like GST. You can't really have a perfect, and I come from a system integrators background in addition to strategy. You don't want to go for a complete perfect solution. There is no perfect solution that exists anyways. But I think the frameworks are right because they are incentivizing the right things in terms of when I look at different alternate fuel options, I take a well-to-wheel approach. That means right from extraction, because that's the way I think others will also judge. So if I look at LNG, and you will see a lot of people saying LNG is also going to be very, very environment friendly. But if you really do the math, there are some hidden questions out there in terms of the methane production that comes along with the LNG piece, and that each methane has a 80x more impact than a CO2. So net, I think you have a 4% advantage of LNG. It becomes 20% or 18% by 2030. There are other benefits, but you have to go into those nuances, and maybe there are other risks as well in terms of, but I think overall, the systems are taking a complete view, I think, and that's where I think we should also be taking that. And government has come up with the green open access and other elements which will help us in that direction. But I think you're talking about inequity, right? From a transportation sector standpoint, there are two sides to it. One is inequity in terms of the impact of climate change, right? That means in 2022, there were $22 billion plus impact that happened in the US. I think similar numbers are here in India, I'm told, and I think I need to do the research in terms of double clicking on these numbers. There's a statistics which says $35 trillion India will lose by 2050 because of climate change. I need to see that because I think the economy will grow, let's say to $10 trillion, then let's say even 5% change becomes, but $35 trillion is a big element there. So I think that's on one side. On the other side is, if you do the transition, are you impacting any existing players? So we have a lot of our, let's say, users who are first-time owners, right? Now they are able to afford diesel trucks, diesel vehicles. Now, if you make the vehicle cost 3x, 4x, that means they come out of the system. So that is, I think, it is targeted under just transition. We have to make sure it's an equitable transition as we go forward. Over to you, Sach.
So I would like to delve, because I'm not an engineer, I would request Alok to join with me on this also. Green hydrogen, Alok. So I would also like you to tell, being an engineer, you will be able to tell how the ammonia is used and how the things are now moving to that direction where the countries are now moving in. I had an interesting conversation with one other engineer who was talking about how the hydrogen is being used. It's being converted, ammonia is being converted into hydrogen, transported, then again converted to ammonia. Ammonia has multiple usages, how it is safe. So it's how green energy does. Over to Alok, I would like to.
No expert on hydrogen, but one is, yeah, you're right. I think transportation-wise, ammonia is far better than hydrogen. But I said, I think what we tried to do was we tried to say you can actually decentralize production itself. So you don't need to reconvert, because every conversion probably will lose, I think, energy, right? Energy when goes from one form to the other, one element to the other.
Transportation aspect, one of the companies is exploring upon, which I can't now publicly tell. They have already started near the port, where they are converted and exporting it to Europe. There's a lot of demand on this.
No, absolutely. So I think India is has the ability to be the maybe the hydrogen kind of capital of the world, because I think the biggest piece on hydrogen production will be the energy. If you can use renewable energy, I think that will be
That's the cue. That's where we get the renewable energy and the ESG.
right. That's one. But again, the transition will require different approaches. So you don't need to go with green hydrogen right away. But if you go with blue hydrogen, how many hydrogens are there? Anyone? Blue, green, gray. So there's quite a few. So I don't know. I think I know these three. But blue will be, I think, if you take care of the carbon that is produced through CCUS carbon capture, utilization and storage. So then it becomes blue. So I think to that extent, I think there are those technologies where, and that can be affordable as well. So I think it will be affordable to the tune of $1.7 per kg. But yeah, interesting views for you to research.
So a back and forth conversation has started occurring, which is exactly what I was hoping for. But this is the last panel of the day, so I think we keep the conversation going, but bring in the audience as well now. So audience questions, and this is something our students are learning as well, so I expect there will be many.
Sir, if we take two sectors, mining and automobile, and we see that both the sectors have high emissions, and there are loss of environment and biodiversity, some related to it. So how do you see the role of ESG in driving economic growth as well as also addressing climate change?
So you come on upon mining, so I'll have to see if I cut one tree for doing a mining. There is a Ministry of Environment and Forest which has very strict rules and regulations. I have to plant 5 trees. I have to give money to the government where I have to plant the trees. And there is something known as mine closure plan. Every year on the production level, a mine closure plan has to be drawn up where money is to be parked. It is something known as cloud seeding, or we used various technologies in doing this also. Where we have to, if I close a mine, supposing I have completed all the resource which is there in the Mother Earth, again I have to bring it to the normal. That is known as mine closure plan. How I close the mine and how I reduce this thing, it is on me. And until then, I am on the, I will be hanged if I am not done, if I have not done that. So even as a corporate, as an individual, as a leader of the ESG division and all also, it's my duty to set apart amounts which are every day there in the corporates to take care of this type of closure. Even scrap disposal also, here I would like to delve upon one more thing. How many of you are aware that there has been a policy in the recent budgets on scrap? So everywhere in the country, you can see other countries have, if you go to the US, how they dispose of the cars and how we dispose of the cars is a sea of change. So we need to bring about a change in this large country. But for that, we need to have the wherewithal, the will to do. Na? See, if I go to Singapore, even everyday scrap of what we had, tea, coffee, these cups are all recycled and our electricity is produced. That's what sir was talking, Alok sir was talking about. Renewable energy, how you renew energy. Before they dump it in the sea also, they produce energy and they supply it to the whole of Singapore. So you can also see the plant is a state of that. So all young scientists and all people should come forth to set up those type of units, how to take the benefits that the government is giving along with the drive to actually retain it. There are undoubtedly a lot of challenges in each of these tasks. It's better, as somebody says, it's easily said than done. So we have to be as leaders to do it. Na? If somebody doesn't like a Mahatma Gandhi or our Narendra Modi, who will raise? If not you people. Today Atishi is now, even the ladies here also, she should be proud that the lady is now the Chief Minister of Delhi.
I think the other part was the automotive front. See, I am very optimistic in terms of the journey ahead. There will be challenges. And I think you guys are young. I think if you don't have challenges, what will you solve? Right? So I think, and the optimism comes from, I think, seeing the way the thinking is in this generation, as well as the startup culture is there. A lot of new solutions will need to come. So from that standpoint, what we have, net zero roadmap to 2048, and we have started doing the math. It's not going to be easy, but it will need new solutions, right? We'll go for new solutions. We'll work with startups. We'll try to see which are the new, let's say, for example, how can we hasten the journey, right? Electrification journey is not going to be easy. If the battery electric truck is 4x, 4 times the diesel truck, how will we increase the adoption? This is not Europe. Europe, the differential is different. Europe, it's only a 2x differential. Again, there are financial institutions which will actually back those individuals who are buying those trucks. Out here, it's like the normal guy who probably, we call them the first-time buyers, first-time users, those kind of, they don't have any credit history. So no matter what, even if it becomes a priority sector lending, those guys will not get it. So we'll have to solve for those. But having said that, there are ways and means. So let's say if we were to do the swappable battery technology, if let's say that becomes robust enough, we were the first ones as Ashok Clearan to bring it out. We were teething problems with our partner, but we're trying to see how we can address that. That's actually what that does is it converts the capex into a OPEX or a capex plus OPEX model. If we take away the battery from a truck, the truck without the battery becomes 20-25% cheaper, right? And you convert the battery into an OPEX model, that becomes 25% cheaper in terms of the diesel or the petrol, right? So it's a win-win overall. If you really see on the pass car side, JSW has come out on the MG Motors side. It's actually on the two-wheeler side, it's already there. But we are trying to see how it can actually make the difference. So if that is the case, then acceleration will be faster. So to your point, I think we are hoping it's not a either or, because we try to see how, because we have all the alternate fuels in our arsenal in terms of, it is matter of making these business models much more viable and push along, right? That's good. Finally, end of the day, you also have to make sure that the Indian industry doesn't lose its edge also, right? So we also have to make sure it's affordable. You also have to make sure that the person down the line also is able to buy that. And that's where I think your dichotomy of, but we are up to it in terms of the challenge, in terms of trying to make the twain meet in terms of both the sustainability and the growth element.
Hello, sir. Lakshman here. So my question is on that panel also touched upon the emissions. So the organizations, the big organizations are trying their hard on the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. And we spoke about scope 3 emissions also. So how are the organizations trying on the scope 3 emissions? Because that requires the whole supply chain. You have to put on your more resources. So how are the strategies or the organizations currently employed on doing this?
So actually, if it's a manufacturing sector, if where Alok is working or somebody, so you help delved upon a supply chain mechanism. The supply chain, there are very strict now guidelines under the ESG, right from the procurement of the raw material until the finished goods. So which has to be carefully measured and brought upon onto the board and measured. And there is a core also, BRSR core is also there, where an audit is done by individual. They've given guidelines as to how to audit a business sustainability report. Business responsibility and sustainability report is also audited, and they will give what is the benchmark and how you have achieved. So there the supply chain is arrested at every stage, right from the transportation and procurement of raw material. Supposing our Alok Sahab was also talking about coking coal. Coking coal, India has very few reserves. So we are largely dependent for the steel industry in this country on Australia or Mozambique or other countries or Brazil. So how you handle the coal is most important, na? Because the way it is handled in other countries like the European Union or in Australia or in China is way different from how we handle it. We need to have proper silos. We need to have proper storage spaces. We need to use the emissions in such a way which also deals with it. I was also delving upon the scrap also. Each of you are all young budding graduates. Not all can get placements like in Ashok Leyland or NMDC, or I should not say that you should not get, but you should all get into startups to delve upon these items where you batch it up and start one of the units which deals with scrap, because a lot of benefits and incentives the government is giving for startups, including GST also. And especially on a rating which you want to improve the supply chain or the raw material chain or the value chain, the government is ready to help you. It's all available online and easy to access also. You only need to register. Even GST also, holiday period is there. That's where the things, because the government cannot supply so many jobs. You can supply so many jobs if you have the wherewithal to actually do it, being intellectual.
I think it's going to be a journey, Lakshman. Journey has to be, you have to create momentum for that journey. How do you create momentum? Because see, the thing is, really see net zero by 2070 is also a very, very audacious target. It's not a simple target. For us, 2048 net zero overall scope 1, 2, and 3 is audacious. Net zero operations by 2030 is an audacious one. But I think the pilots are really required. And that's where we are trying to push that thinking in terms of, and I am coming from a conference just a couple of days back, wherein we've said, okay, you should actually look at employee transportation. All this is different elements within the scope 3 elements, right? People should be early adopters. So GSW, for example, has taken 70 buses from us on the electric vehicle. Now, to your point, are they being charged by renewable? They are charging because they have an entity, right? So, but I think that's where I think we need to see that movement happen. I think we are positioned as, let's say, Shukliran to be able to at least be that influencer in accelerating that change. So that definitely, I think there is a lens there. People are working towards it, but I think we will need a much bigger ecosystem adoption towards that.
Avinash, can we get a mic to him there?
Thank you, sir. Alok sir was talking mostly about a scope 2 and a scope 3 emissions. A scope 3 are not mandatory yet, but I want to see the focus from Pradhan sir. What about scope 2 and scope 3 emissions in the mining industry? The mining industry never talks about the scope 3 emissions or how they are regulating it, how they are not, what they are doing about scope 3, which will impact mostly to the poor people.
Largely the mining companies in this country are majority, if you take Coal India, if you take NMDC, if you take MOIL, all are with the public sector only. The public sector, majority of them strictly follow the emission guidelines because there are various officers who are monitoring the entire this thing. We have IITians in NMDC also, in Coal India also, who actually monitor and also follow whatever the scope 3 emissions are there. If they are below thing, they are all posted in the mines also. Mines is not an easy job to actually work also. There's a challenging environment. If you go to the area where the mining is done, because to reduce that scopes, bring it to that and measure it is also a tough job. Because during the monsoon period, you cannot do the mining also because the visibility is so poor. And because it is on the hilltop and it is also on the forest land, so the visibility is very poor, and it will be, if the dumper truck is moving with 100 tons of ore being carried in a poor visibility area, there's certainly going to be accidents. So they are also now working on those parameters, and the PSU public sector wants to always set a benchmark for the private sector to follow. So, but this will take time. The transition is very slow, but it will definitely happen. This is what is the idea of the government and also the leaders like you, who should also all belt up to actually move to this direction.
I think given the ESG, given I think you talk about inequality, I think the questions are coming from just one side of the gender. I think, please go ahead, because the thing is, I'll tell you, there is no wrong question, right? Don't have any question in your head. Always ask, right? And I've been on that side as well growing up. So I think just make sure that, and from an innovation standpoint, it is important for us to hear both sides of it, in terms of at least, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Neha. I'm from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Sir, I'm really glad that you brought up the topic of BRSR, and I find it quite interesting and exhausting at the same time for the companies to follow. But as you might know that there are certain compliances which are voluntary for companies to follow. And there are two things which specifically caught my attention. One was providing the environmental impact assessment, and the second one is regarding the company's specific contributions to NDCs. So with the fourth updated NDCs, and at the pace that India is working towards climate change and the inclusive policies that are formulating, don't you think that companies, it should be made mandatory for companies to follow these two? What are your thoughts around it? Thank you.
We are an evolving economy. As you all know, we are only 75, 76 years old. We have a lot of challenges. Yes, true that overnight I want to change this country to net zero, but that is a slow transition. But yes, from the government side, from the corporate side, from the measurement side, we should give some breathing space. Now, we cannot kill people saying that I want you to strictly, because I cannot stop the mining. I cannot stop the truck production. If you see the allotment allocations of the budgets by the government, and also you see a lot of you all people travel to the airport only. I'll tell you if the SO3 or whatever is the, we are traveling by CNG buses. The Telangana State Road Transport has introduced various buses. The government's on its part, it is subsidized by the central government. It is allocated in the budget also. Even in the scrap policy also, which I was talking earlier also, the government has come out with a comprehensive scrap policy to dispose of all the scrap which is lying on the streets of all the cities, towns, villages, where the used cars, unused vehicles, and how we move to that and set up units to actually dispose of. The will to do is also important. Na? In this chalta hai attitude is the major thing that we have in this environment. That's why everybody looks upon intellectuals who are all young, budding, coming out. If you are coming from Tata is such an old company. So how much has Tata, how much can Tatas do? They don't publicize anything. They do everything very silently. Tatas are such a respectable company in this world and also in this country. So we need to actually have that willpower. Yes, it's again, I'm repeating the same thing. It's very easily said than done. So how we are going to be the future leaders to do it is what is the driving force which is there, which should be there in you rather than me. It's not that it is dying in me, but I'm still trying to openly put it forward.
I think, let me assure you, the pace of push from the government is tremendous. I think maybe you're sitting outside of a corporate, but if you come here, there is a very BRSR. We had limited assurance. Then now I think because we are the top 150 market cap company, now it's reasonable assurance. Now we have to get our supply chain. Earlier it was 75% to know buy value. We have to get them to report the entire, not only environment data, but social and governance as well. So I think this, and then you have EPR regulations coming in. Then you have the scrappage element as well coming in. So and then you have the plastic EPR elements. So it's pretty strong kind of regulatory environment which is there, which is good. And I would really say that now the government could potentially be a differentiator from an India standpoint. Earlier, we used to work despite the government, but at least on a lot of these initiatives, I'm just amazed by, say, the bureaucrats right now. And in fact, the session that we had earlier in the day, that level of acceptance, saying, okay, all right, we are not the best. We are trying to be better. But first thing is when you actually say that, okay, there is scope for improvement. When I'm a part of these MHI panels or the power panels, when I see the kind of drive that the government is building, I think that's one. The second is what they are doing is when they bring out a regulation, they also bring out, let's say, the associated IT digital infra in terms of how can you trade the plastic credits, how can you trade the steel credits and stuff like that. So that's where I think the enforcement becomes easier, because you can't just say, okay, all right, from today, you have to make the compliance easier as well from that perspective. I think it's not a very, I think they've not really chosen I think they're pretty much tightening as we go along.
Right. From the measurements point of view as well, if we look into the key performance indicators, obviously there is a attempt to actually understand how much of these indicators have been achieved and to what extent. But one thing that we also need to understand here is that it is also bringing about a behavioral change in the entire sector, which probably is not getting measured. And this is the most crucial element of all, because it is not only the larger companies, but also the lessons that are, the other smaller organizations are looking into. They're also getting encouraged to move into that direction. So that's a big plus for ESG.
There a last question? Pushkar. Sure, I didn't see. Vaishnavi? Well then.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My question is that for businesses, the investments that you do in any of the sustainable technologies is going to take a long time to sort of bear fruits in terms of the impact that you see. Given this premise, how are businesses able to create strategies that move beyond their profits and sort of look at long-term returns rather than short-term profits, and how are you able to do it and convince every stakeholder involved in achieving this?
So here, let me chip in. So you must be all aware of something known as stakeholder. You are telling corporate social responsibility. Everybody is also aware of this buzzword of Section 135 of the Companies Act, which talks about CSR. So the CSR guidelines is how we are going to repay to the corporate, how I am responsible to the social impact, how I have done. So which is also part of the ESG guidelines also. And if you read the principles, 9 principles of the BRSR also, it talks about how I have created impact on the society, even in the every aspect of it, even on human resources, how I treat my colleague, how I talk to him is also has an impact. How I address my issue without hurting the sentiments is also very important, because it's what is known as human potential, which we are trying to dismantle in the process. So it's not our objective to get into that type of mode. I think I would request Alok to kindly.
Sure. I think, see, I would agree. I think there's going to be a challenge. First of all, you could put in targets wherein when they will be applicable, I'll not be around, or my peers will not be around. So how do you address that, right? And how do you get that vision in? And let's say, how do you get the focus in? Let's say my colleagues might be selling black trucks, right, on the diesel side. But if in the initial transition, you're selling only 100 trucks which are electric, how do they get excited about that journey as well? So I think those are critical elements, but I think what you do is you want to make sure that the strategy overall is aligned. I'll give you a few examples. One is need to make sure that the board is aligned, right? That's important, that because if the board is pushing for, I think overall, I think things will move. That's one. What we have done is we have also done the leadership KRAs on the ESG. That means every leader, every of my peers has a KRA on the ESG. So I think they have signed up, whether it's product development, whether it is operations, whether it's sourcing, all of them, right? So it will bring in elements of circularity, it will bring other elements, right? So that also will push us in the right direction. And finally, I think also take some strategic choices. For example, some our electric production and diesel production happens on the same line, because it's for the modular nature and because of this flexibility that we have. Now, what that does is, suppose electric starts to ramp up and diesel starts to ramp down, right? My overall line efficiency doesn't go down. If I did not have that infra, if I had them separately, then when the electric is going up, I have a problem adding infra there. And when the diesel is coming down, I have a challenge of what do I do with people who are actually on that line as well. So I think you have to come up with smarter choices in terms of how you are looking at the future, so that it becomes it's a win-win situation in that sense. Plus, third point is there are certain financing options available, and we are trying to see in terms of can we use them for initial momentum building, and then by the time we'll figure out much more robust solution, but can we actually create some pilots of sorts? So I think that's the journey.
With that, I think we'll wrap. I'll thank you all for a vibrant and I think optimistic conversation and for giving us your time tonight. Thank you all for your attention, and over to the student rep.
I'd like to thank both the audience as well as the panelists for the enlightening discussion. With that, I would like to request our General Manager, Ms. Shivangi Sharma, to hand over a token of gratitude to our panelists today. And with that, we can skip to tea. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, and my dear friends. As we draw the curtains on Kautilya Colloquy 2024, we stand before you filled with pride and gratitude. This event, centered on inclusive policies for India, has been more than just a gathering of minds. It has been a testament to the power of collaboration, perseverance, and shared vision. While we've gathered here to discuss inclusive policies for India, we've already implemented those principles. Every step of our journey, from conceptualization to execution, there has been a collaborative effort. We didn't just organize an event, we lived our theme. In bringing this conclave to life, we've created a microcosm of the inclusive India we envision. Diverse voices united in a common purpose. We started the day with our event partner Aether Energy presenting a case study on India leading the world in electric two-wheel vehicle charging standardization, demonstrating the tangible impact of policies on our business and broader industry. We also had 5 teams comprising both eager students and seasoned professors who shared their research across our 4 central themes: digital governance, women in public policy, navigating the future of finance, and climate change and ESG. We've also had the privilege of engaging with luminaries in these fields, picking their brains and challenging our own assumptions. From thought-provoking presentations to spirited Q&A sessions, this conclave has been all that we wanted it to be.
Thank you, Tia. Wrapping up Kautilya Colloquy 2024, I can't help but feel overwhelmed by the journey we've been on. This event wasn't just a gathering of the core committee with some ideas. Rather, it has been this wonderful outcome that came out of late nights, relentless dedication, and true teamwork. We all know that nothing ever happens overnight, as likely from mapping out the structure of this event to choosing the themes, from approaching the panelists to marketing. The structure of this event, this colloquy was built by us minute by minute, and every single one of us here has contributed to this incredible achievement. What makes me proudest today is the legacy we've built. This colloquy is not just another event anymore, it's a tradition now. It'll live on, growing stronger with every passing year, and I'm thrilled that we, our cohort batch 3 of KSPP, have set the bar high. I've always loved this quote: what's more important, the journey or destination? It's the company, they say. And in this journey, I've had the privilege of standing beside my lovely cohort, batch 3 of KSPP, and my more lovelier co-committee, with whom it has been an absolute delight working with. So thank you. Even though the vote of thanks will be given by Arini, personally, I would like to thank Tia, Arini, Oshik, Vivek, Lakshmanan, and Subhash. Thank you, guys. I mean, everywhere we went, we always heard, you guys are doing an amazing job. If you need anything, just let us know. And these people actually meant it. They were always there. They've always had our backs. Knowing that we had that support, that our cohort was always there for us, did make us keep going no matter what. Like I always say, with the right people by your side, you can face anything. Trust me, with my people, there is nothing we cannot achieve. And that is batch 3 of KSPP. Each one of us is here for a reason. We didn't just show up to observe. We are here in KSPP with a vision and a dream to make a difference. And tomorrow, I'm sure that it'll be us making the policies that will be shaping our future. We won't just be following the footsteps of today's panelists, but we'll be blazing our own trail. Thank you, my fellow cohort. We love you guys. And thank you to our juniors. Thank you for showing up. It really meant a lot for us. The baton is officially passed to you. Thank you.
We had paper presentations in the first half, and we have the prizes for it. Like Aether Energy to come and.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me. First of all, congratulations to all the participants. Sorry, yeah, I've been accused of being not loud enough. I hope you can hear me. So yeah, I'll cut it. Congratulations to all the participants. It was an honor hosting you. Me and my colleagues, we enjoyed all your presentations and papers. So I would like to invite Madam Snigdha for giving away the second prize. She's an ex-KSPP alumni. She's carrying the torch forward. So the second prize goes to Ms. Abhiruchi for the title of the paper was Reconciling Tradition and Inequality. So could you please come on? Okay, so the first prize goes to Ms. Riju Garg for the Himalayan title. I would like to invite Mr. Vignesh from Twitter to give away the first prize. Thank you so much to GITAM Energy for sponsoring this event. Thank you, Madam Snigdha and Mr. Vignesh and your entire team. Thank you once again. I'll hand over the mic to Armi now.
So people had doubts that I will not come this far. I am here. Okay. So when the core committee sat down to decide how the closing ceremony is going to go, the first instance was, I'm going to do the vote of thanks. And it is not like me to do it. People who know, it's not like me. I would not want to stand in front of these many people and talk about things. So, and I remember one conversation with Dean where he called me reticent. And he insisted on saying that, there was one senior who was just like you. So I just want to tell Dean that, sir, I've come a long way, and I'm giving you officially another story to pass on to the juniors that I am another senior you're going to tell the juniors about. Thank you, sir. I'm sure Dean is not here, but wherever he sees it. Thank you, sir. From me standing here giving the vote of thanks to this event being a success, your hand was the greatest in it. It could not have been possible without you. Our panelists, our guests, thank you so much for joining us, sharing your views, asking the right questions, and therefore making this event successful. It was great having you here. Then our teaching faculty, who graciously agreed to be the moderators, who graciously agreed to be the judges. And we always had this feeling that our professors had our back. So that is something very strong that we felt about. And I just want to make a special thanks to Dr. Share, who was there since the beginning and who guided us through all of this. non-teaching faculty, the hospitality team who's been always there, the studio team, I've worked with them. I'm very grateful working with you guys. The marketing team, every day I had a conversation with the marketing team. Thank you guys. Thank you for everything you guys did. The placement team, again, I worked with the placement team again also. Thank you, the PlaceCom. It was great working with you guys all along. Then a person I could not figure out who should, in which team the person fits in is our general manager, Ms. Shivangi Sharma. I am not sure if you fit in any team or if you fit in all the teams. So thank you to you for helping us out. Then, for this part, I wish I had more time. Thank you to all the student volunteers who were there. Thank you to all the SPOCs who were present. It was great working with you all. And obviously the core committee. Okay, I have seen the team have 2 hours long meeting, then going back, waking up to follow up emails and still working on it. Great dedication, guys. Then I want to thank Aradhana and Tia for being the daily visitors. Lakshmana for the email templates and recognizing the need for nutrition and how it helps us stay active. Then Subhash for bombarding the group with random images of pens, asking us to decide which is the best. Then obviously Vivek, who's pointing out to people that, maybe you're having too much iced coffee. Stop it. He's pulling people out of it. And then Dada, who's rightly pulling people's nose when... Oh, sorry, question. That's how tightly knitted we are. Who would pull your nose whenever it's needed. And I'm sorry, it's just a lighted version of what all happened here. I honestly don't think we have enough time to thank all the people standing here who did so much to make this event successful. I really don't think we have the time to, so it was just a light-hearted version. Thank you guys. It was all your efforts that made few months so tiring, but so memorable. Okay, I will cut this short. There was one person, almost everybody individually came up to me and said that please mention this person. And this was Ajesh sir. Everyone was like, please. There, he was supporting us throughout all the event, and he's like a backbone to us. He's always there. And lastly, I thought I would not say this because of time constraints, but I really want to. The teams that we had, the logistics team, the marketing team, every content team, the marketing team that went to on ground. It was, I think, 2 or 3 days prior I told them that we were going to go, and they still went. Thank you guys, it was great working with you all. And I'll pass it back to Vivek if he wants to say something else.
Yeah, thank you everyone. I just wanted to thank, I don't know if he's here or not, Venkatanna and Priyanka who were there. They helped us a lot. Lalita Akka. They went through a lot with us today, and they have gone through a lot with us throughout the last 1 year. And to the studio team, Sheshagiri sir, Chakri sir, and Jitu Bhaiya, Srinivana and Sayana. They have all helped us a lot. So thank you. And a late addition, so our core committee member Subhash is Appa also turned up for the event. He's sitting there. Thank you for showing. Thank you. I'll hand it over to Aradhana.
Thank you guys. Just a small addition. Priya, I know this is too sappy for you, but thank you. I wanted to personally thank her for always being there, and we spent a lot of nights working hard for this together. I am grateful for all the co-committee members, but extra thankful for her, and I wanted to mention that. So thank you, Priya.
staying so long and helping us celebrate the winners. We'll be closing off now. If we can have all the paper presenters who participated come to the very front and we can give them certificates, we'd like to close the event now. Thank you so much everyone for being here.